You can go to freestonemx.com, shoot a text out to your family, Area 51 Films and Outlaw Productions TV, or bring you the live coverage over on the Freestone website. So freestonemx.com, where you can get the live coverage. Hey, Stephen Kanka, one of the legendary photographers here in Texas. Good to see you, Stephen. Don, what is going on besides Easton Graves with about an 8-second lead?
There's not a lot else going on right now. They're starting to sort of spread out a little bit. You can see there's a big gap going from fourth to fifth. So Jackson Vick, he can try to concentrate on maybe moving around Chase Brendan for that third spot. But, again, there's about a 2-second gap between those guys. So I have to say that Easton Graves looking like he is on the way to the top step of the podium. And I noticed that our finish line flagger got that white flag in his hand, and if you're out front, that's exactly what you want to see, because you just got to do it one more time. So we're going to be looking for the 31 of Easton Graves.
Well, okay, you got 88.3 on your FM channel. If you're just pulling in here to Freestone County Raceway, we want to welcome you to the Miller Ranch. You can tune into 88.3 on your FM receiver, and you can also go to freestonemx.com to watch the Outlaw Productions Area 51's coverage. Area 51 Films coverage of this annual event.
Yeah, you can get the live audio on there as well. And here we go, the 31 going to get the white flag. So Easton Graves one more time. All right. So Jackson Vick trying to hang on to that second spot, and he's getting all kinds of pressure. Or I should say trying to move into that second spot, putting pressure on Keller. So Easton Graves with a 12-second gap, but Keller and Jackson Vick right now only about a quarter second separating them.
So Jackson Vick was not even, I don't believe, in the top 10 in that opening lap. So Vick, who is this year's Bell Golden Helmet Award winner just a month ago or 2 weeks ago, remember I told you he had the concussion?
Yep.
And so not surprising to see Vick get up there in that top 3, just inside that top 5. He's got that caliber speed, and he's closing in now on Austin Keller.
Yeah, and it looks like it might have just been the start there or that first lap. You got to make sure you keep yourself clean on that start and get out early. And that might have been the problem for Vick there, as well as we saw that Steinbrecker's not where we normally see him.
So on this white flag lap here is your top 20. It's Graves, Keller, Vick, Brennan, and Graham, first through fifth. Bircher, Lee, Olberg, Rollins, Krieglow, McKitty. Just outside your top 10 is McKitty in 11th. In 12th, it's Whitaker, Harden, Matson, Earl, Duskosen, Vargas, Wiles, Para-Wiles, Dax Wiles, and Dylan Wiles running 18th and 19th. And Tinley McCoy, the young girl out of Tennessee, is in 20th position.
Jackson Vick has made the move to second, and he is closing on the leader. On this final lap, he has a shot at taking the win. His lap time that time was 2:21. That's 5 seconds quicker than the guy he was battling in second, and 1 second faster than the leader.
And I mentioned that about 45 seconds ago before I gave the rundown. Jackson Vick was closing in on Austin Keller, so all of a sudden, your Bell Golden Helmet Award winner, and this is kind of Jackson Vick's home track. Let's not make no mistake about that. It's an hour and a half from his house to this track. He loves Freestone, and he is putting himself in contention here for a championship, Don.
Yeah, let's see if he can get the pass made. We're going to wait for your leader to come over the top of that FMF power wall. And it looks like the 31 of Easton Graves is going to hang on for the win. But look at that. Jackson Vick on the 70, charging through to get to second. That's a good way to keep those championship hopes alive. There's a 2:13 of Keller across in third. Looks like Chase Brennan and the 24. Nope, that's Steinbrecher, who's a back at the pack there. So that's
no
the top
problem,
4.
Don. No problem. We're not
used to seeing him.
Yeah, we're not used to him being in the back of the pack, so that's
one of
an
those
easy
things.
mistake. Especially he was running that pace, Don. So it's an easy mistake to make.
Yeah, it looks like that'll be Brody Bircher making the move to round out the top 5 there.
And we're going to send the sound system down to our good friend out of Florida, Dean Dias, running the podium this week. He's going to be seeing a very happy, elated Easton Graves, number 31, on the KTM. So, Dean, we're going to shoot it on down to you, our good friend.
Hey, I'm getting Easton Graves up here on the podium right now. He's going to take that first moto win. Easton, dude, getting the job done. Got a good start, and how'd that moto go?
Good, till about the last lap. Had a terrible start. I came out, I double clutched it, which I probably shouldn't have done, but then Jackson went over in the third corner, and then after that, a few kids went down. My buddy Ado went down pretty bad, but he got up, he's good. And then a lap to go back there before the step up, I hit a girl's back wheel and tipped over, but everything's good. Got the moto win, and I'm happy.
How about it, man? Great moto memory right there for sure. Tell me who you'd like to thank so you get ready for this next moto.
Mom and Dad, my brother, my sister, Rides Unlimited, Buka 7, Bell Scott, Alpine Star, Thrill Seekers, Source MX, Dunlop, T-Rex, FMF, Moto Sandbox, Kyle Cheeseman, Ryan Sipes, the whole Sandbox crew, all my friends there, family, everything, and everyone else that helps me out. Thank you so much.
Awesome job, Easton. You guys go ahead and take it away out there in the tower.
Thank you there, Dean Dias. We've got the 65-78 limited class. So another pair of 65s, and it's Cannon Zabanik, a past Loretta Lynn champion, out front, and this is definitely his home track, Don. So we're going to see if anybody can step up here and keep Zabanik in check.
Well, right now, Talon Hinson trying to do that as he's in second and trying to charge after him. And, yeah, Zabanik is no stranger to Freestone, so you better not let that guy get too comfortable out front.
Oh, Don, ever since he started racing here on PW50s for the Texas Winter Series, you know, whether it's an area qualifier or regional, he just does not know how to lose at Freestone. It's not in his DNA. So not to say he can't be bested this week. Obviously, a lot of players come into this AMA event, but you see him out front already. So it's going to be cool to see how it all stacks up for him. You've got Tarno, Brandon Gother, Roman Martinez, Tate Brush out of Atwood, Tennessee, Levi Malarian, Perry Stockwell joins us out of Beaumont, number 39, Carter Holmes, Parker Winokur. There's Gavin Wazen, the 132 out of Florida. So
yeah, and all names that we have called off before here at Freestone. I know I've heard those names here.
Hey, another name that comes to mind, Beckham Smith. He has won a ton here, bike number 3. And we've seen a lot of Beckham Smith and Cannon Zabanik showdowns and battles. It's usually Cannon Zabanik besting, but it's Beckham Smith moves up to second here.
We're about to see another one of those maybe. So there it is. That'll drop the 149 back down to third.
Did you see Beckham Smith's body English, Don?
Yep.
The guy kind of knows how to ride a dirt bike.
You know, he's probably faster than me and you combined.
Exactly. Talon Henson in third, Gavin Welsen in fourth. Absher Hall in fifth. It's Jacob Mariner in sixth. Good to see the 167 here on the KTM. And in eighth, it's Carter Holmes. Liam Levering comes across in ninth here on this opening lap as Britt Lambert doing a great job with the green flag. Means all systems go here. Levi Letty in 10th. Braxton Gother in 11th. Hey, attention in the infield. Attention in the infield. We've got a side-by-side, a Kawasaki Mule, looks like, or a golf cart, actually, in the infield. We need you to exit the infield immediately. It is foot traffic only. Foot traffic only. We're going to send J.P. Parsons down there to bust your chops.
Oh, you don't want that.
So foot traffic only in the infield. We need you to remove that golf cart from the infield.
All right, here's the battle shaping up. That is indeed the number 3 of Beckham Smith, the number 5 of Cameron Zabanik. And they are going to start to battle it out front. The 149 of Hinson still hanging on to third, but he's got some company. Ryder trying to get to the inside on him out of that Shock Socks S-turn there, Shand.
And Don, check this out. As we talked about the showdown between Smith and Zabanik all through the years, Beckham Smith, Luke Navarre pointing out, Beckham Smith starting to slowly close in on Zabanik. Well, but having said that, closing in is one thing. Making a pass is a whole other project at hand.
Yeah, that's the kind of thing, too, where if you're up against a guy that knows how to ride a little bit defensively, knows where to take those lines away, and I'm sure that he does know where to take those lines away, that makes it even harder.
They both know the hot lines here at Freestone, no doubt. This is definitely their home track for both those riders.
You know, that's where you get into that sort of chess match there where it's like, all right, can I make him push to a line he doesn't want to be on? Can I make it so I can cut to the inside a little ahead of him? Because they, like I said, they both know the fast lines here at Freestone. All right, battle for the lead coming out of that Texas 12-pack. Different lines coming out of there. You see the number 5 of Zabanik using the outside in. And Smith inside out. Smith is really working that ski jump. Great battle for that third spot as well.
Yeah,
as you
Don,
got Hinson and Whiteson going after it.
just a half a second, 0.5 seconds splits Zabanik and Smith. And like you said, Welsen back there. Welsen's and Talon Henson back there just kind of watch on this unfold in case anything crazy goes on between Zabanik and Smith.
And, you know, third place, not a bad spot to be in for the first moto because you know there's always a possibility your top 2 guys kind of get into it a little bit, slow themselves up, and then you got the opportunity.
Jax Keller, Parker Renneker, Shannon Tarno back in 17th. That's kind of uncharacteristic. Tarno has won a lot of AMA events. Ryan Smith, Perry Stockwell, Roman Martinez back in 20th, Mason Campbell 21st. It's Revan Thompson in 22nd, and Dominique Steele in 23rd here, just about midway through the moto.
Oh, looks like a little miscue for the rider in third. I think Welsen missed a shift as it looked like he kind of just dropped his pace out of that oak tree turn. So he might have lost that third spot, but here is the battle for the lead. And Smith really putting the pressure on.
And I like both their line choices. They're both different. Zabanik going to the outside of the shock success turn. Smith going to that inside over the roller. And Smith, you know, having to get creative, cannot follow. And check it out. Smith is closed in to within literally 0.3 of a second, Don Collins. So he is all over the rear fender here of Cannon Zabanik as both our front runners launch off the number 8 ski jump into the Suzuki Sweeper, the Valley of Love.
And you know that's a spot where a lot of passes get made, so we're going to see if that's going to switch it up because he is right on the back tire now. Both riders look like they're using the outside line in that sweeper.
And we gotta come up with a nickname for that.
All right, back down the hill. We'll watch for him to pop over the top of Cemetery Hill in the battle for the lead here. And we'll be going past the halfway point when they make their way over the finish line. And here we go. It's going to come down to the 12-pack.
It is a drag race side by side, and Smith has made the pass on Zabanik. I don't recall seeing that happen very often. And just like that, Beckham Smith has made the pass and is starting to separate on Cannon Zabanik. And Don, I've announced these guys. They're growing up right here before our eyes. I do not ever recall Beckham Smith making a pass straight up on Cannon Zabanik.
Yeah, it looked like he just had a better line coming into the 12-pack and really good drive. Hinson makes the move to third, so Welsen now is fourth. And they are absolutely gone 10 seconds ahead of that battle for fifth. So there is Ashburn Hall.
Beckham Smith launched off that FMF power wall and landed very clean and kept that momentum going. And I guarantee you, Zabanik is probably rattled right now going, nobody ever passes me. Where did this come from?
Well, it's an unfamiliar feeling you probably don't want to get used to.
Look at Kevin Kelly out there dancing in the infield.
Yeah, for you folks that don't know, that red Mr. Wavy Arms, that's what Kevin looks like after 4 seconds in the sun.
Yep, he flew in last night from Florida, from Daytona, and now we have Kevin.
Sunburnt.
He is just reduced to breakdancing out in the infield. Good to see. Kevin's always got a smile on his face, too, out there.
All day long, never wavers. Man, look at this. The number 3 of Smith is absolutely walking away. Zabanik has got to be wondering what is going on here because Beckham Smith going by and he is walking away. And it looks like the 149 now of Hinson we may have had a problem for Welsen as I don't see him coming over out of the Dunlop drop. So,
yeah, I don't see any yellow flags waving anywhere, Don. But I'm wondering also what's going on. You said Zabanik's wondering what's going on. I'm wondering what's going on too because I'm definitely not playing favoritism. Both these riders are outstanding, but it's usually Cannon Zabanik besting Beckham Smith. I don't really recall, as far as my mind can remember, Beckham Smith just straight up passing and gapping Zabanik. That just doesn't happen. So,
well, you might be seeing the changing of the guard here at Freestone there, Shan. A changing of the 65cc guard.
Hopefully this is a friendly rival that is reincarnated from the Ricky Carmichael, Charlie Bogart days where these guys just really, really, really race aggressive, but in a friendly way.
Well, you know, that's the thing. Sometimes you end up with a guy that it's like Velcro. You find each other on the track no matter where you are. You end up battling every single week, every single round. And we might be seeing that kind of thing shape up with Zabanik and Smith, and that would not be a bad thing.
It is Beckham Smith going to see the white flag here, Don. As the white flag waves, he's got about a 3-second gap. That's my judgment call. We're going to see it all really shake down here on 3.5 seconds. So Talon Henson and Ash. Yeah. Well, I think Beckham Smith has that FMF Powerwall launch dialed in.
And I'll tell you, like you said, if you can get a good smooth line over that, you've got momentum coming into that 12-pack, and there is no way that you can get through that cleanly without having that momentum.
It's a nightmare. Trying to struggle through that is a nightmare. I tried to race here many times. I did race here many times and tried to get through that Texas 12-pack cleanly many times. It never really worked in my favor.
The thing that's deceptive about that is that they're not quite they're all a tiny bit different as far as the distance. There's a little bit of a curve to some of them. So, yeah, you've got to get that rhythm correct, or else it just robs all of your momentum away.
Yeah, you're arching back, and just as you get your momentum going, all of a sudden you got to check up. You've got to check up here for the FMF switchback. Yeah. Man, we've got a special guest up here in the tower, Supercross racer Joshua Big Hoss Cartwright. That's what we nicknamed you many years ago when you were coming up through the ranks, and you and your family would show up at Freestone, and I believe you won a couple championships here. And I know you sent me a message, said, man, I want to come see you guys. It's my favorite track. So let's talk about that real quick, Josh, while we're on the white flag here at Richard White. Tell me about this track. We got a few seconds right now for the checker, and we got to send to the podium. But what was it about this track that was your favorite, Josh?
I don't know. Just the dirt is unbelievable, as you can see here today. I always just race here good. I got second place at 250B here at the National. I won many of the regionals here. I just felt good here. It was a good time. I loved Freestone. I loved Texas. And I haven't been here in 10 years. It's crazy, 2013. So I just want to come back, see the races. Casey Cochran's up next. We were here when he was on PW. So it's cool to see him racing. Cool to see all the future of the sport. It looks like the sport is still alive and well, and let's keep it going.
All right, so we need 250B riders Division 1 and 2 down in staging right now. They're going to be heading off the gate next. So 250B Division 1 and 2. There's the checkered flag coming out. The race win goes to the number 3 of Beckham Smith. Ken Zabanik across the line in second on the number 5. We're looking for Talon Henson in third.
They both did a fist pump, but I guarantee it. And so Zabanik's happy too. He's doing a fist pump too. But Josh, that's really cool. You love the soil. You haven't been here in 10 years, 2013, and we'll get you back on the mic here in a few minutes. Not yet. He's got to sit and impound for a minute. You've had a pretty good run here at Supercross. So tell me about that. What's going on here the last few rounds?
Yeah, I've been feeling really good this year. Just the vibes have been really fun. Just having fun with it. That's the big thing. You got all the kids here. Just start having fun with it. Don't worry about all the pressure and everything. You got to have fun because that's the biggest part. And I've made 6 out of 8 450 mains this year. I had my best at Daytona this weekend with the 17th. Was battling with Hill and all those big guys. So I've been just having a lot of fun this year. And my sponsors are really good. Kawasaki, they've been really good to me. Psychic Motorsports. So thank you to all of them. And just keep it rolling. I fly out to Indy today at 6 p.m. So we're gonna head out there around 1 today.
Man, we're pumped and proud of you. You're kind of a Freestone graduate. Like you said, you got second 250B. You won some regionals here. And, here's the deal. Here's the reality. You're a working man. You moved to Dallas. You got a career job in a cubicle. And to go and make 6 out of 8 450 mains is incredible. Big hustle. High five to you, man. Me and JP, we keep your name alive, dude. You may not listen to all the new ones. We're going to send it on down to the podium here as we should be seeing Beckham Smith there with our boy Dean Diaz.
All right, I'm down here with Beckham Smith. Beckham getting it done, dude, on the 65. How's it feel?
Good.
Do you think them riding the mechanical bull last night helped out a little bit?
Oh, yeah.
What'd you name that thing again? Wild bull, crazy bull?
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. How'd that motor go for you?
It went good. I got a terrible start. I had to make my way through the pack, and
I got around the first leader, and I just ran my own race.
Definitely, man. Well, that's all it's about. I know you got some more motos coming up. Tell me who you'd like to thank. Who got you here?
My mom and dad, Jesus Christ for keeping me safe, Orange Brigade, KTM, Dunlop 08, Game Moto, PR2, Motor X, Lynx, T-Rex, Pro Taper, and Fox, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, there you guys go. Get up for Beckham Smith. We're getting the win there, and a 65, a CC 7-8.
So it looks like 250B riders Division 1 out on the track for their sight lap right now. So 250B Division 1 rider is going to be out off the gate next.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's a new sight lap for 250B Division number 1, 12 years and older. And they will have another division in staging. And we'll get them locked and loaded at the gate and drop the gate and get underway with race number 5, 250B Division 1. From the Lynn Nickerson Suite at Freestone Raceway for the 13th Annual James Stewart Spring Championship. Brought to you by Parts Unlimited Thor, Rocky Mountain 8 TV.
All right, so attention in the pits, 250A Pro Sport riders. We're going to need you guys in the staging area at 9:45. We're going to drop your gate at 10 o'clock this morning. So 250A Pro Sport, you guys need to be in staging at 9:45. Once again, 9:45, going to drop you guys gate at 10 o'clock this morning. $250B Division 1 on the line right now. Getting the heat the motors right now down there on the starting gate. And we've got a pile of people up here ready to see this one. Freehill, Driscoll, Williams, Gordon, Timmerman, Fair, Heinrich, Bedner, White, Edwards. Well, there's some fast names on the gate right now, JP. Anxious to see how this one goes down. This race number 5, 250B 12+ Division 1.
With 27 entries. And
In
27
this division.
entries in actually both
Yep,
divisions.
yep.
So we got 54 riders going to go for the gold.
And we got Shan Garcia on the binos ready for this gate to drop so we can see who's going to pull the whole shot here. Feel the rumble here when these things get monotonous. There'll be the point down. Those engines will get monotonous. Here we go. Ripping hard down the straightaway, that sand-saturated straightaway into right-hand turn 1 around that 100%. The 300 machine out front early on here gets the whole shot.
Number 300, Drew Adams.
66. 27. 35. Maybe 380.
that 380 out front, Shan? Possibly? No, it's 300. Okay. Drew Adams. So the divisions just got switched. So it's Adams, Cochran. So right now, Adams out front. Casey Cochran in the number 2 spot on the 66 machine, putting the pressure on. So Cochran in the Cowie sandwich right now. Janik back there in third, trying to rail the outside, coming up over 5. They're going to go side by side, Janik and Cochran. Janik really putting a lot of body English into the scrubs there, trying to keep that bike down. Janik going to go outside into the shock sock switchback, JP.
So the 27 of Janik putting the pressure on Casey Cochran as they go down the Freestone Freeway, make that left-hander the Blake Baggett berm, but your leader out front is Kawasaki mounted 300, Drew Adams, as he makes that right-hand turn down the number 8 downhill ski jump into loop 270. And, of course, Riley G. Allen in the 4th slot. No stranger to Freestone.
Well, look like Cochran going to go inside back there through the loop 270. Janik was going to go outside. And it looked like the inside line worked. No, it looks like he's made the move. Looked like Janik has gone around Cochran. Looking at the TV screen monitor here, trying to get a feel for it. Looks like Janik has made the move. So Janik now got his sight set on the 300 machine. Headed up over. They're into the power wall. Here we come through the 12-pack. The 300 machine out front, pounding through the 12-pack into the switchbacks right here before the finish line. Green flag flying. Cowie out front. Janik on the Cowie in the number 2 spot. And Cochran back there in third. There's the 21, the 35. And the crew coming through, too close to even call the numbers out. They're stacked in like stovewood, coming through hot and heavy over the finish line. We got Adams, Janik, Cochran, Timmerman, Allen. That's your top 5. Race number 5 on the track. Division
1
2.
on the gate.
Yeah, Division 2 on the track, 1 on the gate. Keeping things exciting.
I think they're trying to test us, Luke.
Well, they throwed me for a loop on that first little bit there.
The numbers just did not add up, but what's adding up right now is the 300 going down with a Dundrop drop is Drew Adams being chased down by the 27 of Kristen Janik out of Oak Lawn Hill, Illinois.
Well, the 2 Kawasaki riders actually breaking away ever so slightly over Cochran at the moment. We'll see if Cochran can find those lines out there to reel those 2 Kawasaki's back in. Another Kawasaki back there, the number 21, Enzo Timmerman, back there in 4th. So a lot of green machines up here in the front of the mix.
So also, Luke, we got another 21, a 21R of Timmerman, and then the regular 21, they're both on Kawasaki's, is Miss Kaylee Stallings.
Oh, Stallings on the track right now. Sure enough. And it looks like Sophia Phelps out there as well. So a couple of fast females out there slicing and dicing in the mix. Meanwhile, race leader coming under pressure now. So it looks like Revan Gordon has made a move on a couple of riders going to that number 7 spot. They disappear back there into the loop 270. We're watching them. Here he comes, pounding through the 12-pack here. Our race leader, Drew Adams, Janik, trying to really man Cochran still back there in third.
Yeah, Casey Cochran with a nice finish up at the Dallas Supercross, and Future Stars getting a 2nd place. Currently 3rd in this division. 250Bs.
So right now it's Adams, Janik, Cochran, Timmerman, Allen, Kiefer, Israel, Driscoll, Gordon, and Creighton. A little bit of switch up there. It's Gordon, Creighton, Driscoll now. That's your top 10. Nate Freehill back there. Well, looks like Freehill may have disappeared. Freehill drops to 19th. Not sure what happened to Freehill. He must have had a bit of a tip over out there somewhere. These top 2 riders turning 203s. Cochran turning a 204. Timmerman 205. Colin Allen back there with a 207.
So Adams, your leader, going over roller number 5 into 6, being chased down by the 27 of Janik. 3rd place is Rockstar Husqvarna rider Casey Cochran, CC rider.
Well, looks like Adams seen the pit board and kind of maintaining that margin right now. Both those riders turning 203 lap time. About a 2-second gap when they came by over the finish line still. That 2-second margin as they make their way down into the 270 loop over there. Down there in 11th, we got Bowman turning 212, followed by Huffman, Driscoll, White, Fair, Bender, Schumacke, Cross, Freehill, and Phelps. Sophia Phelps running that top 20 spot. Clay Edwards right there behind her. And then Kylie Stallings back there in 22nd. So those ladies out there really close on the racetrack.
So right now, Drew Adams with a fast lap time of 2:03.2 on lap 2.
Well, here they come through the 12-pack once again. Still Adams out front. Janik looks like he may have lost a little bit of ground that time. And then Casey Cochran right there still just ready to pounce. Any kind of a hiccup or a bobble from Janik or Adams. Actually, it looks like Janik has reeled him in a little bit. 1.6 gap behind Drew Adams when they come across the line here.
And there's the 35 of Colin Allen currently running in 5th place. A local racer.
That is the Cookie Monster.
Oh, yeah. I'm not quite ready for cookies yet, but it's in the future.
You've been calling Colin Allen races for a long time, haven't you, J.P. Parsons?
50s, 65s, or yeah, 85s. Yeah, it's.
Shan Garcia gave him the nickname Cookie Monster. I remember his very first race was at an arena cross in Granbury, and I was there doing the ministry and got to watch him on his very first time at a race, and just one of those kids that you knew had it right out of the box.
So your two leaders going into the Shock Sox S turn with less than a 2-second lead, about a second and a half between them, and then Casey Cochran in 3rd place going through the Shock Sox S turn down the Freestone Freeway, and you're.
Yeah, it's less than a second.
And your two Kawasaki riders going over the number 7 Kawasaki step up. They'll make that right-hand turn down to number 8 downhill ski jump into loop 270 with Drew Adams, your leader.
Adams holding on, J.P. Parsons, but look at those lap times. Last time through, Adams turned to 202 and Janik turned to 201. So Janik showing he's got the speed, and he has closed up on the back wheel of Adams. It was at one point it was a 2+ second margin, and then they came through last lap at 1.6, and when they disappeared over the hill there, it was real close to that 1 second margin. So waiting for him to materialize here. Here they come.
You know, Luke, championships have been won through the Texas 12-pack and the VMAX switchback, and we're going to see what's going to develop here in just a few moments as they go through the Texas 12-pack right now. And still out front, it's the 300 of Drew Adams, but Janik wanting him.
That's lap 3.
The two gringos out front, followed by the 66 Rockstar Husqvarna CC rider Casey Cochran.
So give them a 1.5 second margin when they come across the finish line right now. Both those riders turning almost identical lap times, 2:02.4 from Adams. And once again, a 10th faster that time from Janik, 2:02.3. And then Casey Cochran also turning a 2:02.4. So those top 3 riders matching each other's lap times. Cochran just 2.2 off.
All right, here comes your two leaders up the Dunlop drag strip, and still Drew Adams out front on the 300 Kawasaki, followed by the 27 of Janik. As they go around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, they'll head towards that Dunlop drop and make a 180-degree berm turn over the number 5 and 6 roller.
Seems like Adams didn't like Janik coming up on the back end there. Looks like he's dipped the visor down. Well, I say that, and about that time I look up, and Janik is right up on his back wheel into the Shocks box X turn.
Janik trying to use up every inch of the track to get that traction to get around Drew Adams as they go through the Blake Baggett berm.
Yeah, Janik really laying it down right now, trying to reel in Drew Adams. And again, he is right there on the back wheel. These two Kawasaki riders pounding out the laps right now, and Janik finding some faster lines because he's able to reel in Adams. I don't know if it's the pressure or if Janik is just going faster, but look at that back there through the 270 loop. It looks like Janik right up on the back wheel. There's about a 2 bike length gap right now. Adams still out front. Looked like Janik is closing on Adams back there in the sweeper as they come up through over the FMF power wall into the Texas 12-pack. Here they come. Adams swapping through there. Janik, nice, straight, clean line through the 12-pack. Going to go outside in with Adams, inside out with Janik. Looking over, where is Mr. Lambert? They were both looking for that white flag. Not yet, boys. 15 minutes plus 1. They're going to be out there for a spell. So once again, Janik faster than Adams. They come across. Drew Adams turned a 2:03.2. Janik turned a 2:02.6. And look at Casey Cochran, 2:02.3. So he's got them guys in his sights. He's reeling them in ever so slightly each time by.
What a great performance by the Kawasaki riders. We got 4 Kawasaki riders in the top 5.
Wow. Yeah, sure do. It's Casey Cochran sandwiched in there on that Husqvarna, representing the Husqvarna bikes nicely. But right now it's Drew Adams showing us all how to get it done with the 2:03.27 running out top. There at Colin Allen in the number 6 spot. Israel in 7th, and in 8th, Gordon, followed by Creighton Driscoll. Bender Freehill working his way back up to 12th. Freehill dropped off the face of the earth a while ago. Had some sort of a bobble, but he sliced and diced his way back up to the number 12 spot.
You know, Drew Adams out front, one of those another success stories that, you know, announcing him on 50s, 65s, 85s, and now he's on the big boy bikes.
That's so cool getting to do that. And from your perspective, JP, I mean, how many years you been doing this?
35 years.
35 years.
You know, but not always motocross. I mean, I've done all kinds of things. You know, I did jet ski racing for like 14 years all over Texas, Florida.
Wow.
Yeah, just Louisiana,
yeah.
Lake Havasu City, Arizona. Yeah, so it's just been so cool to watch these kids develop into adults, and everybody turns out to be pretty darn good people.
Right.
Because of the motocross family.
Yeah.
All right, back to race action.
Yeah, back to the race action. Drew Adams still out front. Where are they at? 12 pack. Oh, all the way back to the 12 pack already. Adams still holding on. Hey, look at Casey Cochran, boys and girls. He is reeling them in. He's finally decided, I'm going to go ahead and drop the visor, grab this fistful of throttle, put it on the throttle stop, and I'm going to catch up on the back wheel of these 2 Kawasaki's.
So Janik with a 144 and a second and a half behind. Now Cochran with a 2.01 running the same pace as Drew Adams with a 2.01.
Yeah, well, actually, Cochran 0.3 of a second faster at 2:01.3, so I think that's probably going to be the fastest lap of the race thus far.
On lap 6,
there it is, right
Casey
down there.
Cochran's got the 2:01.3, fastest lap of the moto.
Yeah, Cochran is ablaze right now, and he's watching those 2 Cowies battling. Don't know if he was just kind of holding out, waiting for late because he knows this is a long moto. I kind of think he's probably just going 10/10 throughout, but either way you slice it, he's reeling them in. Every time by these last few laps, he's closed up that gap. Still Adams out front. Janik in second. All riders taking the same line into the sock switch back there. So Adams, Janik, Cochran, Timmerman, Kiefer, Israel, Allen, Gordon, Creighton, Driscoll. That is your top 10.
All right, on the line, we need 250V, Division 1.
Well, top 16 are going to go, so let's go ahead and from the top 10, we'll go on down to Bender, Freehill, Huffman, Cross, White, and Bowman. Those are the top 16 that are going to transfer straight on through here. This is 250B, 12-plus heat number 1. Top 16 going to transfer. Race number 5, Division 2 on the track. Race number 5, Division 1 on the gate. Here they come through the 12-pack. Actually, still the 300 out front. Let's look at some lap times here. Looks like everybody's still pretty evenly matched on gap. Drew Adams turning a 2:02.4 there that time through. 2:02.8 from Janik and a 2:02.9 from Cochran. So very closely matched lap times there, but it looked like Adams dipped the visor again and took that 0.4 of a second away from Janik.
Yeah, so let's check this out. The top 3 are with, 3 bike lengths, 2 to 3 bike lengths apart, but then you drop down, and it's a 13-second gap from Cochran to Timmerman.
Yeah, then another big gap back to Kiefer. Kiefer got a little pressure from Nicholas Israel there in the number 6 spot. And again, right now, Bowman in that final transfer spot back there in 16th. And he's got pressure. He's got pressure, Bowman does. He don't have the same pressure. It looks like Cochran lost a little bit of ground that time through, so Drew Adams, I don't know. They're coming through back markers now, so Drew Adams really having to watch his P's and Q's as he makes his way through there. A lot of times the first bike coming up on the back markers is the one that loses out. Not always, but a lot of times that is the case. So we'll see how that materializes. Looking for the ladies, see where they're at. Looks like Sophia Phelps back there in 19th. Kylie Stallings in the double deuce position back there in 22nd. Phelps turning 2:14 lap times. Man, that's flying. There is Stallings coming over the finish line as we speak of her. There she showed up. In over the power wall. Hey, boy, it's getting close. Through the 12-pack, and he is right there on his back wheel now. Adam's going to go outside in. Janik going to go inside out. I like Janik. Every time he comes across that finish line, he makes a definite look over to the flags just to make sure and doesn't want to sell himself short. But if you watch him, he comes over that finish line, looks back at the flagging stand, getting a double take to make sure he's not overlooking something imperative. So Adams turns a 2:02.9, Janik a 2:02.0, and Casey Cochran a 2:03.6. So Cochran had a bit of a bobble. Not sure what happened, if he got caught up in a back marker or what, but he turns the fastest lap time of a 2:01 a couple laps ago, and then a 2:03.6 there. So not doing himself any favors with that kind of a lap time, but still a lot of racing to come, and Casey Cochran knows what he's doing out there. Just like that, Drew Adams is, well, I thought he had gapped it back out. He is really under pressure right now into the Shock Socks S-turn. Look at those guys standing on the pegs, putting those cowies on the throttle stop, driving hard down the hill into that left-hander.
Then they hit that number 7 Kawasaki step up out front, and then they make the 112-degree right-hand turn down to number 8 downhill ski jump into loop 270. Casey Cochran on the 66 Rockstar Husqvarna in third. So Cochran still with the fast lap time on lap 6 with a 2:01.3. Currently, the leaders are running 2:02s.
Well, looking at Janik on the monitor here, he is really trying different lines. It's cool to see that. You know, you can't pass a guy if you're in the same line, and Janik moving all over the racetrack, trying any and everything. It's not that he's necessarily in a passing position just yet, but he's checking things out, sizing things up. Janik launching off the wall there, still in the number 2 spot. They got a back marker in front of him. Both riders are going to opt to go. Nope. Looks like Adam's going to go outside in. Janik going to go inside out. Checking their lap times here. Adam's going to turn a 2:02.4. Janik a 2:02.0. So Janik, not 2:02.1 that time actually. Janik still slightly faster.
I tell you what, Janik is not giving up an inch. He is keeping him in sight. He's got a tie down tied to him.
So just in, they're actually starting to lap into the top 20 right now. So that's the kind of pace these guys are laying down out front. They've got the bit between their teeth, and they are flat out hammered down. Like I said, already lapped into the top 20. So, again, dealing with lappers can definitely be a factor out there. So they're definitely trying to play that proper, but still Adams out front. Dropping down the hill there. Adams going to go inside. Janik going to go outside. They're going to come up over number 5. Violently scrubbing those bikes, trying to keep them low. Both riders going to take the inside line into the Shock Socks S-turn with Adams still out front of Janik. Cochran losing touch now. Cochran actually coming under a little pressure now from the 21R of Enzo Timmerman. Enzo Timmerman actually got Cochran. Oh, my bad. That was Kylie Stallings going a lap down. I thought that was Timmerman may have been catching up. I was getting all giddy, thought we was going to have a battle, but it looks like he's 19 seconds back behind Cochran. Back there in the loop, watching Drew Adams on the 300 machine and getting in behind a back marker there. Is that going to hinder him? He blows his outside foot off the peg there. Not sure what happened there. And it looks like he's kind of forced into some off lines here, so he lost out big time. Here comes the battle, boys and girls, the 27 machine. Janik putting the pressure on now. Adams pulls a tear off. Yeah, so like Don Collings is saying, hey, these guys are coming into some battles, so they're not wanting to just roll over and let them have it. So they're going to come through The switchbacks here before the finish line, virtually side by side. White flag, 1 lap to go. The 300 machine Adams knows he's got to keep it down because Janik is coming hard.
So get this, Janik goes to the outside, avoids the number 1 roller, which is a faster line. Now they are handlebar to handlebar going over the number 3 tabletop back into the twist and south section of Freestone Raceway.
JP, it's getting crazy here with 3/4 of a lap to go right now. Adams still holding on, but Janik all over the back wheel of Adams.
All right, cheerleaders, take that left-hand turn up the Dunlop drag strip. Janik in second. Adams out front. They both hug it tight around the tree and head towards that Dunlop drop.
Coming into some more back marker action here. This definitely could factor in as they come up over number 5. Right now, Adams still out front. Janik keeping the pressure on, but Adams getting a little bit of breathing room here. Both riders going to take the inside line into the Shock Socks S-turn here. And it does look like Adams starting to gap back out now and making it well through the back markers.
So we had Janik with about a half a second behind. And then Cochran in third, about 6 seconds behind. And then Timmerman, 22 seconds behind, followed by Nicholas Israel, Aiden Kiefer, Colin Allen in 7th, Revan Gordon 8th, Jackson Driscoll in 9th, and Wyatt Creighton in 10th.
All right, here he is. We finally got the camera back on him down there. It looks like Adams looks like he's going to hold on to this thing, JP. Hard to tell for sure, but he's sitting pretty good right now. Janik making a little bit of a charge there, trying to go hard on the binders into that corner. That was an interesting view we had there. Here comes Adams charging into
the FMF power
wall and into the Texas 12-pack. 2 corners to go. Adams.
But it looks like Adams is going to hold on, Luke, and take that checkered flag for the win. But a great ride by Team Kawasaki. Janik in second. And we're going to send it on down to the podium with Dean Dias. Down to you, Dean.
Well, that was Race 5, Division 2, actually. Race 5, Division 1 on the gate right now. And what a battle. Don Collings up here saying, what a battle. And it was a battle royale. For sure, Janik did not want to let Adams go, but Adams was not going to be denied. He held on to that number 1 spot from the drop of the gate to the checkered flag and laying down the gauntlet for everybody else. We've still got Division 1. We've got some fast riders down there on the starting line right now. And they are going into turn 1 for their sight lap. Is this sight lap?
all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
So we're going to wait till the race gets underway, and then we'll pick up with the momentum and the race action right here. Freestone Raceway in beautiful Wortham, Texas.
Beautiful day at Wortham. Still got the cloud cover, keeping the juice in the track. Man, it looks like Shan was talking earlier, it looks like it's going to be this way most of the week, and what a blessing to have these conditions for the 13th annual JS7, this Freestone Spring Championship here. They're getting them fired up down there. You can hear them on the starting line. But, yeah, having the cloud cover, keeping the moisture in the dirt. Track got super rough yesterday. Looks like it's coming in nicely today. Got good ruts materializing, braking bumps, acceleration bumps, all that stuff that make it good. So, yeah, we've got some, just looking at the monitor here, we've got some super fast riders on the racetrack. Looks like Landon Pepper, Dylan Pleka, Olaf, Allred, Stevens. RPMs are up. Driving hard into that right-hand turn one. Who's going to come out front? The number 73 machine of Jace Allred on the KTM, taking top spot early on here, getting around turn one first.
And Jace Allred out of Riverton, Utah, on his KTM, 16 years of age, 250V.
Look at the margin Allred has right now. I don't know that that'll maintain, but right now he's got I said that about the time I said it, it just reduced down to a couple of bike lengths, a little bit of an accordion effect, but he's got a 1.5 second margin right now as they go around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. The number 15 machine.
So Trace Holland out of Spicewood, Texas, down by Austin on his KTM, in second place right now in 250B class.
Looks like Hayes Edwards back there in third. Son of the Toll Texan, the Texas Tornado.
Yep, two-time World Superbike champion in 2000, 2002.
Colin Edwards.
And his son, he actually told me his son's more talented than he is.
Really?
He's seen him do stuff. He goes, and we have seen him do races, and he goes, JP, I couldn't do that.
That's a scary thought.
Okay, Adolph in fourth place for our super spotter, Don Collins. DC direct current.
I like that, direct current DC. Now, it's been fun watching Edwards over these last couple of years because he just kind of came out of nowhere. I don't think he was really bent on the moto scene, and then all of a sudden decided he was going to do it. But, man, he's jumped leaps and bounds these last couple of years.
Well, here's another interesting factor. Soaking wet, 110 pounds. He's probably the smallest, lightest super missile out there.
Yeah, the bike don't know he's up there, huh? Well, here they come up over the FMF Powerwall into the Texas 12-pack. It looks like still going to have the 73 out front of Jace Allred, showing them all the fast way around here.
Trace Holland on the 15 in second. Hayes Edwards, and then all of a sudden we got the 37. That should be Landon Pepper.
Landon Peppered rider out of Alaska, but looked like the 45 machine moved up into the number 3 spot. So Edwards in third now. Landon Peppered in fourth. Olaf in fifth. Stevens, Bernard, Bleka, Crime, Schofield, Betts, Bone. What's the Prouty? No, the next one. So we go Prouty, Pacarez, Glather, and Powers. Those are the top 16 to transfer as of right now. So Allred, the number 73 machine, showing them the fast way around, coming around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree.
You know, like another story with Trace Holland, he just started racing 6-8 years ago and started announcing him on like 65s, 85s, and now he's up to speed.
Well, it looks like is that Landon Peppard has made his way up into that final podium position now. So Peppard there in third. He's made his way around the number 45 of Hayes Edwards. Edwards looks like coming under pressure from Liam Olaf right now as they into the left-hander up over the Kawasaki step up. And it looks like Edwards relegated back to the number 5 spot. So Allred 2.5 seconds over Holland with 1.6 margin over Hayes Edwards last time through, and that is all different next time through. They're making their way back through the Loop 270 section with Allred still out front. Look at the 270 section. It's getting nicely rutted up, getting rough back in there. We got some really cool drone footage catching all the action back in there in that section that we can't see. Sending it up here to the monitor. We're able to sit here and see the race action happening as they should be pounding their way through the 12-pack. Here he comes. Jace Allred still out front on the 73 machine. KTM mounted. Allred up over the finish line. Wow, we got a battle going on right now. It looks like Holland has got Landon Peppard right there on his back wheel now. So Peppard is the man with the bit between his teeth and charging through the field right now. He's making moves left and right. Blecka just moves up into the number 7 spot. Peppard got around Holland, so Peppard moves up into that number 2 spot. So can Peppard do anything with that margin between him and Chase Allred now? But he is definitely charging through the field. A man possessed is.
Allred is your leader around the Leonard Skinner at Oak Street. And then Peppard with the fast lap time, thank you, Don Collins, with a 2:05.
2:05.046. I think the fast lap, the last moto was a 2:01, so he's got some seconds to pick up. Meanwhile,
Olaf just got Holland.
Olaf going forward makes his way around Holland too. So Holland having a bit of an issue. He's been starting to drop through the pack there a little bit. But these are some very, very fast riders. It looks like Olaf going to try to make the move on Peppard. Not going to be able to pull the trigger on it. Peppard shuts him off on the exit of the Shock Sox S-turn. Yeah, as it turns out, it looks like Holland might not be having issues. It's just he's got some really fast competition out there, and the guys that he's battling with are just making moves.
He's actually, this is, some of his first B racing, a little bit last year, and so he's new to the B class.
Wow.
Which is a huge jump.
Heck yeah.
From
oh, yeah, no doubt. To be moving up into the B class and running even in the top 5 is super incredible. Watching them back there in the back of the racetrack, still Allred out front.
So right now it's Allred, Peppard, Olaf, Holland, and I believe Edwards, but we'll double-check that when they come through the Texas 12-pack. And Allred through the VMAX, switchback over the finish line tabletop, down to James Stewart ski jump, over the number 1 roller.
Peppard pounding that bike into the berms down here. I mean, just totally loading that suspension up and hopping out of there, unloading the suspension. Peppard just did a 2:04.919 on lap 3, so he's continuing to bring those lap times down. Watching him work through the switchback here before the finish line, you can see he's actually putting that bike through its paces. He's not playing right now. Any playing he's doing, he's playing for keeps. So Landon Peppard on the 37 gas, putting the hot laps in.
So Landon Peppard putting the pressure on Allred with actually a faster, doing a 2:04 along with Olaf, where Jace Allred did a 2:05.7.
So looks like we may have lost Landon Peppard. Allred, there's Olaf. Yep, Peppard, we've lost Peppard somewhere. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah, it looks like Holland going to be in 3rd. Edwards going to be in 4th. Barron going to be in 5th now. So not sure what happened to Landon Peppard, but he is nowhere to be found in the front of the pack here. So obviously he's gone down or had a mechanical somewhere. Top 16 are going to transfer, so we're going to go Allred, Olaf, Holland, Edwards, Bernard, Blecka, Stevens, Schofield, Betts, Bones, Searles, Packeraz, Gaither, Crimes, Power, and now Clark potentially going to be in a transfer. Not sure where Peppard is, but it looks like Clark might have moved up into that top 16 spot.
So Allred is back up and in 6th place. And with his 250B class being extended laps, he's still got time.
They are running a 15-minute moto, right? 15 minutes plus a lap. So here comes the race leader, the 73, Jace Allred, looking smooth through that switchback. Just totally different. Just to watch him come through that switchback a while ago when Landon Peppard come through there. I mean, he was just pounding it in there, running that bike on the ragged edge. So there's Landon Peppard. It looks like he's running in 5th now, so he did drop a few positions, but he is still in the hunt now. Landon Peppard turning a 216, so he definitely had a bobble somewhere out there. Took a bit of a soil sample, jumped back up, back on top of the bike. Looks like he's running healthy and looks like the bike is in one piece, so we'll see if he can charge back forward, make any moves on the guys in front of him. Meanwhile, Jace Allred turning a 206 that time through, so kind of on cruise control right now with that 4.6 second margin over Olaf does Allred have.
But here comes our leader, Jace Allred, rolling over 5 into 6 with Liam Olaf on the Yamaha in second. Third place is the KTM rider out of Austin, Texas area, Trace Holland. Then fourth place out of Conroe, Texas, Montgomery, Texas, riding for the Texas Tornado MX is Hayes Edwards. And in fifth place, Casey Bernard. Landon Peppard still holding 6th. Dylan Bluck in 7th. Noah Stevens 8th. Brendan Schofield in 9th. And Gavin Betts rounds out the top 10 in this division of 250B riders.
Well, 27 of them out there, JP, and the top 16 are going to transfer. So looks like Clark, Crimes, Packers, Gaither, Bone, and Searles are the next few to go through after the 10 that you just called out. So these guys going to work hard. Let's see the margin back there between the final transfer of Clark and Powers. And that is a battle going on back there for number 16 and 17 position. Looks like about a less than a second gap between those two riders. So we'll try to keep an eye on those two riders as Allred comes across one more time out front. Looks like that margin is going to be reduced down a touch. We'll see here. Wait, yeah, it's down to 2.9 seconds. JP Parson, Liam Olaf catching Jace Allred on lap 5. They've got a 2.9 second margin. $250B, Division 2 on the track. Race number 5, race number 6 on the gate. Race number 7 in staging. Race number 8 in pre-staging.
So which race 6 is going to be our 85cc 9 to 12. We have Division 1, Division 2. Race 7 will have 2 divisions. That's 250C Junior, 12 to 16 years of age. And then back to 1 division is race 8, 51cc, 4 to 6 years old, limited.
Well, it looks like that margin right now between Allred and Olaf is pretty well maintaining. I'm not sure if Allred got the pit board last time through, but seems like it's still right around that 3-second margin, just doing a quick count off whenever they come over a bump out there. So Peppard putting the pressure on the number 4 position rider. He's trying to make his way around Hayes Edwards. He did get Bernard already, so Peppard back up on the gas and charging hard back through the field, trying to get back up to those top few positions. I'm sure it'll factor in when gate pick comes. We talked about it quite a bit yesterday. Don Collings did a lot of breakdown for us on how imperative gate pick is here for the start. Start's a big deal when riders are all so closely matched for speed. And as the track decomposes, a lot of times there's one line that's really the line that you want as the track gets beat in. So Landon Peppard working hard to try to pick up another gate position or two throughout the rest of this moto. Allred, 2.9 seconds last time by. Let's see what they got when they come through here. Coming up over the finish line, it is no longer 2.9 seconds. I think Olaf is faster in the back part of the racetrack because he tends to close up back over here. It's a 1.2 second margin now. Does Allred have over Olaf? And so the last 2 times by, that margin has reduced by a second and some change every time through. So Olaf, on the back section, at least the last part of the racetrack, Olaf appears to be quicker. Trace Holland 6.4 seconds back and then 4.5 back to Landon Peppard. We'll see if Peppard could reel in Trace Holland. But right now it looks like we could have a battle here towards the end of the moto between Olaf and Allred, with Allred holding on right now, turning a 206 that time through, and Olaf turning a 204. Almost a 2-second difference between lap times. That's a big deal. Up over number 5, you got Allred coming straight at the Lynn Nickerson suite here, and there is Olaf right there behind him into the Shock Socks S-turn.
You know, Olaf trying different lines than your leader, Allred. And actually going over that number one roller, Olaf went to the outside line, and instead of going over that big roller, which is the faster line, to the number 3 tabletop.
Well, as you know, JP, you can't pass them if you're in the same line that they're in, so he's out there searching.
If you're following him, you'll never pass
No,
him.
and you're just taking that roost to the face, and sometimes that roost just isn't very comfortable. So Olaf working all over the place, trying to figure it out. Where can he get around him? And I like his style of just checking things out, trying to see where it's going to have to happen. Will he show his cards early? Will he hold off? Britt Lambert still holding tight there into the doghouse, so he's not headed this way anytime soon. Looks like these guys are going to have at least 2 more laps to go. So we'll look at the margins here as they come into view. There comes Allred up over the FMF Powerwall into the Texas 12-pack, and Olaf right there on him, man. I'm telling you what, this is going to be a battle. They're coming down. Up over the finish line, it is right at a second margin, maybe a little less than a second margin now. Waiting for the transponder to give up the lap time here.
So once again, Olaf takes that outside line, gains some time. That is the faster line over the number 1 roller, but still, Allred out front over the number 3 tabletop. They'll go drop down into the twist and shout section of Freestone Raceway, where it's no man's motoland.
No man's motoland. They come through across the finish line here. J.P. Parson last time through. Olaf 0.8 seconds behind Jace Allred. Landon Peppard is moved up into the number 4 spot, turning a 205 back there. Casey Bernard turning 207 in 5th. In 6th, Edwards, Blecka, Stevens, Schofield, Betts. That's your top 10 right now. Allred still holding on. Olaf keeping the pressure on. They go down the hill there into the left-hander. Coming up over number 5 right now, Jace Allred. There is Olaf. Got him in. Well, he's probably out to a 1.5 second margin now. Lost a little bit of ground. Still trying different lines is Olaf. Oh, and Peppard putting the pressure on Holland now. Coming up over number 6. They're going to go into the Shock Socks S-turn here. And Peppard.
Peppard, a little bit more experienced rider in the B class. Trace Holland, new to the B class, but giving it its all. Oh, makes a little mistake, stalls the bike. But thank goodness for that KTM electric start. He's back on the gas.
So Peppard takes the pass, goes around Holland there. Holland had a little bit of a hiccup going down through the left-hander there, but going down the hill, watching Landon Peppard, he literally had to change lines as Holland was coming across the track. Peppard almost got into the back of him, had to shift his body weight to get that bike over into that right-hand side of the racetrack. He railed that outside, was able to take that position away from Holland. As Holland looked like he might have hit a false neutral or something coming through the corner there. So I think Peppard has worked his way back up into the number 3 spot after, making his bid for the lead there early on. Had a bit of a hiccup. We lost him. Then he come back up. Now he's in that final podium position. Here comes a race leader.
It looks like he's made a little bit of gap over second place of Olaf as they go through the James Stewart ski jump. Olaf takes that. That's my favorite line. An outside line, it is a faster line. You can gauge speed, but it needs a little bit more.
Anxious to see Landon Peppard's lap time here because I think he's going to start clicking off some fast ones again. He's still in the 207 range. Jace Allred turned to 205 that time. Liam Olaf at 207, Landon Peppard at 207. So that margin between Olaf and Allred back out to 2+ now. Allred did not like the sound of Olaf coming up on the back wheel. Didn't like the sound of that Yamaha, so decided to go ahead, put his head back down, and try to gap out ever so slightly over Liam Olaf. Landon Peppard, he is 11 seconds back, so probably not going to be a factor. It looks like they're going to have a lap and probably 3/4. I'm guessing that is officially unofficial because I'm not sure where we're at on time.
So from second to third, we got about 11-second gap as your leader goes through the Shock Socks S-turn. The number 73 KTM rider, Jace Allred, being chased down by the Blue Crew rider, Yamaha Liam Olaf.
Well, both of these riders not concerned at all about transfer, but looking on down the list here, you got Holland in fourth, followed by Barron, Blecka, Edwards, Stevens, Schofield, Betts, Searles, Glather, Clark, Bone, Pacarez, and Crimes. Crimes has moved up into that 16 spot, and he is ready to go ahead and transfer on through. We'll see if Brett Lambert get ready to unholster the white flag anytime soon here.
And it looks like Casey Bernard may have moved up into fourth place. As they come through the finish line, tabletop, we will update you and give you the top 10.
My little buddy Carson Manquist out there in the number 20 spot. Carson been through a lot of stuff over the years. Most of these guys have, but he wasn't supposed to ever walk again. He went through some pretty nasty stuff a few years ago, and he's back out here slicing and dicing and running around in that 20th position there.
Hey, for all you online listeners, thank you for tuning in to the Area 51, brought to you by Outlaw Productions TV on the YouTube channel. But you can go to FreestoneMX.com, click on live webcast, and you can see the action right here from beautiful Wortham, Texas for the James Stewart Spring Championship, the 13th annual.
Well, JP, I'm glad that I officially unofficialed the number of laps a while ago because we still do not have a white flag yet. Still all red out front, turning at 2:05.7 that time through. Olaf at 2:06.0. So all red continuing to take that margin out ever so slightly. It's a 2.351 now between Allred and Olaf. Landon Peppered 10 seconds back. He's closing up a little bit, but unless something major happens in front of you, but it looks like Landon Peppered going to have to settle for third. And it's 8 seconds back to Bernard, and then Blecka, Edwards, Stevens, Schofield, Holland, Betts, Searles, Glather, Clark, Bone, Pacarez, Crimes still holding on to that final transfer position back there in 16th. Turning 2-minute, 13-second lap times back there in 16th. J.P. Parsons, that just tells you how fast this field is. Turning 2:13s just to transfer. That's a tough row to hoe to be going that fast and just barely transferring in.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you've never made a lap on this Freestone National track, you haven't lived because it is gnarly.
Well,
I mean, I don't know how the 50s do it, honestly.
Honestly, yeah. Well, then you got the shaft guys out there yesterday. That
we do have a modified course for those guys.
They're still running most of the same racetrack, and I mean we were losing guys in ruts yesterday. Just see the tops of their helmets sticking out.
You know, I love the PW50. It's where so many champions, Chad Reed, James Stewart, everybody started out on PW50s. They made it in 1981. Yamaha predicted 7,000 units to be sold. They actually sold 14,000 units. And the legend keeps going on and starting racers in their career. The PW50.
Interesting class for sure. The P-Dub's been definitely the jump start for a lot of careers. That's no doubt about that. Meanwhile, Jace Allred taking a white flag, coming through with 1 lap to go, and he turns a 2:06 that time through. Olaf comes through. It looks like he's probably a little farther back. Yeah, he's 4.6 seconds back. Olaf has decided, you know what, 2 will get me through. I'm going to take my number 2 spot and take that for a gate pick for the next moto. Landon Peppered comes through in third. Man, what a charge from Landon Peppered from up towards the front to dropping back pretty far into the field and slicing and dicing his way back into a podium spot there. Incredible stuff from the youngster from Alaska on the gas number 37 of Landon Peppered.
Yeah, so we got Jace Allred out front with a 4-second lead over Liam Olaf, and then Peppered in third, Bernard fourth, Blecka fifth, Edwards in sixth, Noah Stevens in seventh, Brandon Schofield in eighth, Gavin Betts in ninth, and Trace Holland in 10th. What a great performance for like 80% of the race with Trace Holland, so maybe something happened, but I guarantee you he did learn some things.
Absolutely. Well, the white flag flies as our race leader going into the left-hander, headed up over the Kawasaki step-up. So less than a half a lap to go for Jace Allred. Last time through turning a 2:06, and Olaf again, I think he finally just decided, you know what, I'm going to settle. Yeah, just heard Richard on there, but I wasn't sure if he was calling for us or not. Race number 5 winding down here, just a few corners to go for our race leader as he is making his way out of that back section of the racetrack, charging hard towards Cemetery Hill, the FMF Powerwall, up and over the FMF Powerwall. Pounding that KTM through the Texas 12-pack. In through the switchbacks, and there he is, Britt Lambert with the checkered flag for Jay Allred, pulling a tear off with a sigh of relief. The 132 of Liam Olaf, so it goes Allred, Olaf, Peppard, Bernard, Blecka. There is the 37 of Peppard finally coming across, so let's wait and see before we call these guys out. There comes the 77, Bernard going to come across in fourth. Dylan Blecka on the 511 machine holds on for fifth. There he is, Edwards.
Hayes Edwards getting the 6. And I believe we're going to send it on down to Dean Dias at the podium. Down to you, Dean. So Wyatt Thurman with the hole shot on the 247.
All right, guys, down here with Jace Allred, your winner in Division II, the 2DB class. Jace, man, how's it feel?
It feels really good. I pulled a perfect start and tried to be smooth. I know my fitness is good, so I heard Liam behind me, and yeah, long moto.
It seems like he got it behind you. Once he got behind you, he sort of turned it up a little bit. Was that what you did? No doubt about it, man. Well, way to keep your head down and ride a solid ride. Tell me who got you here.
My mom, my dad, 100% Fly, Game Moto, Greg Albertsons for all the help, and Fly, Pocatello Power Sports, Auto Therapy, and yes, everyone who supports me, thank you.
All right, guys, get up for Jace Allred. We're getting it done up here. Also, to the podium, our KTM Technical Bowl win tonight with 38 seconds. See Connor Levering up.
Race number 6, early on here in race number 6, Division 1 of the 85cc 9 to 12. Looks like Wyatt Thurman going to pull the whole shot. He's running out front early on here, right out of Burleson, Texas, coming into view here up over the FMF Powerwall. The 247 machine going to pound that 85cc machine through the Texas 12-pack. Wow, really clean through there, keeping that back nice and straight. Look at him. Golly, bouncing out of that rut like that. Incredible stuff. Here comes Thurman. There's the 44 right there, and the 877 right there on the back wheel of the 44 machine. Looking down here. That was Nolan Ford on the KTM Ryder Ellis. Back there on the Kawasaki, Maddox Timmerman, back there in fourth, and Elliott Bauscher in fifth. There is Duff, Gish, Trujillo, Worcester, Pappas in 10th. How many transfer? 16. So the top 16 here going to transfer. So early on, we got Martin Derigo, Landon, Bellis, Harden, and my buddy Robbie Ragland. Lil Rags out there in that final transfer position right now. Got to watch Robbie at Supercross Arlington there doing the freestyle on the Stasic bike. And that morning he got the backflip ramp to his house and was going to start working on the backflip and was going to do it that morning but decided I better hold off. And so then he's been at the house playing around on the things. Still yet to go upside down. Meanwhile, Wyatt Thurman still out front on the 247 machine. He is gapping out on the field. Looks like a Kawasaki rider's made it up into the number 2 spot, so I'm guessing that's going to be Ryder Ellis on the 877, moved up into the number 2 spot, so Nolan Thord relegated back to the number 3 spot. 250 Pro Sport to staging right now. 250 Pro Sport to staging right now. Come on down, 250 Pro Sport. We're dropping you guys gate. So you guys need to be in staging at 9:45. Okay, so that is first call. First call for 250A Pro Sport. First call, you got a little breathing room, time to go gas up, check your tire pressure, lube the chain, all those important things. Need you guys in staging at 9:45 this morning. Here he comes, Wyatt Thurman through the 12-pack.
All right, here's your leader over the finish line tabletop, getting the hole shot. The 247 of Wyatt Thurman. And then moving up into second, it's the 877 of Ryder Ellis. Nolan Ford drops back to third. And fouled by Maddox Timmerman, Elliot Bowser. Wyatt Duff, Maverick Gish, Dane Pappas, and Marcus Trujillo on the 125 Yamaha. And rounding out the top 10 is the 47 KTM rider, a Colt Martin.
Well, Wyatt Thurman clicking off. What's that? Worcester. We're used to saying Worcestershire or something, so Worcester. Wyatt Thurman clicking off a 2:15 lap time. Nobody even in that same area code on lap times. He's 3 seconds a lap faster than Ryder Ellis on that last time through anyway. We'll see if Ellis can dip the visor and pick up some more lap time there. But as it is right now, Wyatt Thurman out front all by himself, turning 2:15s. He is – it's so cool watching these kids standing on the pegs, got these bikes heeled over in the corners, just letting them eat, man. It's special stuff watching this new era of up-and-coming riders. There's a lot less feet off the peg stuff, JP. Are you noticing that?
Well, yes, and because these bikes are so fast, these guys have to move their body around just to get the power to the ground. I mean, think about that. These bikes are faster than the 125s back
no
in
doubt.
the 80s and 90s.
Yep. Well, and you add so much suspension to the bike. When you're on the pegs, your legs can actually work with the suspension that much more. So it's tough to convince yourself to do that because you don't have a safety net when you're standing on the pegs going through a corner. You have no foot to dab.
Well, now, if he were Marty Tripes, which was one of the originators of standing up through the turns, which is the famous motocrosser from the 70s,
Yeah. But a lot of these riders are adapting that style of riding now, and it's just cool to see it. Watching these kids just rail these corners standing on the pegs.
Speaking of railing, there's our leader, the 247 of Wyatt Thurman on his KTM. Second place is going to be the 877 of Ryder Ellis. Third place, the 44 of Nolan Ford. Ryder Ellis with the fast lap time. Thank you, Luke, with a 2:15.4 on lap number 3, and that's what we're on.
Yeah, so Ryder Ellis, he's dipped the visor. He's ready to rip now. He's got the head down, got that Kawasaki flying. Clicking off the fastest lap time is the number 877 Ryder Ellis on lap number 3, a 2:15.418. And he was 0.3 of a second faster than Wyatt Thurman out front that time through. So we'll keep an eye on that margin.
So a little bit of congratulations, Hudson Short. I know he's in 22nd place. This is his first biggest race ever. He raced the mini major championships, but I think this is the biggest race he's been at, and it's good to see Andrew Short and Hudson Short out here, and a quick recovery for Andrew Short.
Yeah, to see him walking around. I seen him at Riders meeting yesterday. I went over and talked to him for just a second and was really surprised to see him standing erect. I just did not expect that, I know it was a pretty nasty get-off that he had here recently, and I'm not sure what all he broke down in there, but there was a lot of important things got broke up.
Yep, he's a trooper, definitely for sure, but right now it's all Wyatt Thurman on the 247 KTM, rip and tear with no despair.
I like it. Well, still on the subject of Andrew Short, I got to preach at FCA camp in Colorado last year, and Hudson Short, Andrew Short, showed up and got to spend the week there with Hudson. Impressed with that young man. We all met him on the Moto Inside the Outdoors. Everybody got to know Hudson Short through the Moto Inside the Outdoors. But then to get to know him in person, just a great kid,
I
man.
think he started riding about 3 years ago, and I mean, he could barely get around the track, and all of a sudden, he is really ignited. Of course, he's got one of the best teachers and best dads out there, and congratulations, you guys.
Well, like you say, Wyatt Timmerman's still out front. We're keeping an eye on that margin now. It's a 5-second gap back to Ryder Ellis. Both riders turning 2:15s, but Ryder Ellis laps time through was 0.3 of a second faster, so we'll see if he can close that margin down any at all. Thurman, Ellis, Ford, Timmerman, Duff is your top 5. Then Bowsher, Gish, Pappas, Trujillo, Martin, Worcester, Landon, Bellis, Schuff. Robbie Ragland moved up into 15th now. And then, of course, Jacob Bagley holding on to that final transfer spot back there in 16th. They come across the line here, and it looks like Wyatt Thurman. New fast lap, J.P. Parsons, Wyatt Thurman.
By 100th of a second, but anyway, hey, it is faster. So
it is faster.
That's all that counts.
What I was really watching, not for so much that, but I was watching this margin here, and he's gapping that margin back out, which is a big deal for Wyatt Thurman to keep that gap broad.
I mean, it's just amazing that he's 8 seconds ahead of Ryder Ellis, and it's just because there's not a slow kid out here in the class or in the top 10 or even 20.
Yeah, fact of the matter is all these kids are flat out ripping, but to have an 8-second margin over Ryder Ellis right now speaks volumes of Wyatt Thurman and the bike that he's on. They've got that thing put together, and he's got it dialed, and it's working well. He makes his way through the Shock Socks S-turn. Here comes Ryder Ellis into the Shock Socks S-turn.
Well, I tell you what, the Kawasaki team has got their riders on point, doing very, very well this year, better than they have in the past. It's good to see Team Green back up the original supporters of amateur motocross racing. You know, big thanks to Kawasaki.
For sure. So Ford, a little ways back, but Ford, Timmerman, those guys back in there, looks like they've got potential some racing coming on. You really don't really see any close gaps until you get back to like 5th and 6th between Duff and Bowsher. So a lot of gap in the field here. You get back into that Trujillo and Worcester, and back in that area you start seeing some battling. But everybody's kind of got themselves sorted out until you get way back in the field. Race number 6 on the racetrack. This is 85cc 9-12, Division 1, Division 2 on the gate. Let's see what we got for time here. It's 9:30, so, hey, just want to remind you guys, 250A Pro Sport, don't forget. You guys being staged up here at 9:45, so 250A Pro Sport, need you guys down here at 9:45, no later.
So white flag is out, Luke, for 85cc 9-12 Division 1, and it's all the Terminator, Wyatt Thurman.
Looking at Division 2, JP, looks like there's some pretty salty names down there for Division 2 also.
Dude,
there's no easy divisions anywhere in anything today. There's a lot of fast riders here making it to this 13th annual Freestone Spring Championship. And you've been to every one of them, have you not, J.P. Parsons?
Yes.
This is your 13th of 13.
Yeah, and it's just amazing just the growth of it. And, you know, here at Freestone, I thank the whole crew from the front gate to registration, to the scorers, and to the track workers, and, of course, our new edition of Area 51 Films and Outlaw Productions TV on the YouTube channel.
Oh, in the Shock Socks S-turn, Ryder goes down there, able to get up on his feet, exit the racetrack. 247 machine of Wyatt Thurman, our race leader, goes down.
Takes a spill right out of the Shock Socks S-turn. He is sitting on the side of the track. They get the bike off the track. So our new leader is going to be the 877 Kawasaki rider, Ryder Ellis. And moving Nolan Ford up in the second, so everybody moves up a slot. We hope he's okay.
He was able to get up and walk off the racetrack, JP, so he had the wherewithal to get up and walk. Now he's holding it. Looks like his right shoulder. There's people down there.
Hopefully it's just bruised and battered a little bit, and hopefully we'll be able to see him later on in the program.
He's getting up on his feet. Looks like he's going to put his helmet back on, Jay. No, maybe not. Nonetheless, yeah, he's putting his helmet back on. He's going to remount that 247
machine. He's going to try to get some points.
You can see him favoring that right shoulder heavily right now. We'll see how this goes down. But heartbreak with a half a lap to go, JP. He was out front.
Hey, you think he's solid? He's on cruise mode, man. He's got a half a lap to go.
Well, yeah,
and
he was.
Turn your head for a second, and boom.
He was 10 seconds out, so I'm looking at other stuff around. I didn't even see the accident. I heard a whoa here in the scoring tower. Had no idea what had happened.
That's 44, Nolan Ford.
Wow, Nolan Ford on the number 44 machine out front. Wyatt Duff.
Maddox Timmerman, Elliott Bowser, Ryder Ellis.
What happened with Ellis? He must have gone down after. What in the world's going on here with a half a lap to go with these big gaps like this? What's going on? Hard to figure it out, but Nolan Ford going to take that number 1 spot. Wyatt Duff in the number 2 spot.
We still are on white flag. And we've got about a half a lap to go to see our leader, 44, KTM mounted Nolan Ford, with about a 4-second lead over the other KTM rider, 444, of Wyatt Duff.
Well, can't blame any of this on the announcer's curse. We weren't even talking about these riders anymore. They were so far gapped out from everybody, so not sure what's going on out there, but
never underestimate.
The checkered flag flying. Nonetheless, hopefully Thurman able to get up, get back on top of that bike, and get some ice on that shoulder and get it dialed. He did ride off. So good to hear that. Hopefully he's going to be okay. Heartbreak for Thurman.
So unofficially, we'll say Nolan Ford takes the win. Wyatt Duff second, Timmerman third, Bowser fourth, and Ellis fifth, Gish sixth, Pappas seventh, Colt Martin eighth, Marcus Trujillo ninth, and Brock Worcester in 10th.
Well, in the final few that are going to go on to transfer on through, it'll be in an 11th spot is Landon, followed by Schuff, Ragland, Bagley, Derigo, and Bailey. That is your top 16. They will transfer on through from heat number 1. That is Derigo in 15th, Ryder Derigo. Sorry about butchering the name there. So, yeah, still have no earthly idea what went on there. Not sure what happened with Ryder Ellis. I didn't see any of his hiccups or issues. We got riders battling to the wire here this last couple of corners. A little farther back in the field, but they're playing like it's for keeps, and I like their style.
So it looks like we got Division 2 for the 85s underway here. We're going to still need to send it down to the podium in a minute. Wait for them to straighten things out down there. So going to be myself and Shan Garcia back on the mic for the next few here.
And it should be.
All right, guys, I'm up here with Nolan Ford on the podium, taking the win 85 9-12. Got a victory lap out there, huh?
Yeah, I was wondering why they threw the just stayed up. Good thing on that victory lap, and took home the win.
Yeah, not about it, man. You know the drill. Race the checker flag always, man. Tell me who your sponsor are, who helped you get here.
My mom, my dad, 100%, 7, MX Clinic, TJ, Emma, OGO, 707, MX Clinic, Dunlop, and everybody, and Lace Belt Coat, and everybody else. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it to Nolan Ford for getting the job done out there. Also, guys, again, about
All righty, thank you very much, Dean.
we need
We
to
are
see Carter
underway here
Levering.
with Division number 2 of the 85, 9-12, and it looks like it is Pine time out there. Looks like Darren Pine, the 58, out to the hole shot and the early lead. Look at this, Shant. He is walking away.
Yeah, the 58 is no stranger to Freestone County Raceway. Don, a past Bell Golden Helmet Award winner, so he knows how to win Winter Series rounds. He knows how to get around Freestone like the best of them. It looks like it's the 5 there in second position.
Yep, Dunham.
Yeah, it's going to be Gage Dunham out of Golden, Colorado, followed by Tace Morgan, Fort Saganti, Braxton Mess, Sawyer Geek, Get Down Gage Brown, Jackson Vick, another Bell Golden Helmet Award winner. So kind of your usual suspects just inside the top 10.
Yep.
Alex Campigli and Christian Humphreys.
And I'll tell you what, like you said, this is like an all-star class here because you got all these guys who you've watched take wins, take championships, Golden Helmet Awards. So they're going to be a very interesting class as they graduate up through the sizes of the different bikes.
And Don, with this being division number 2, I did not get to watch division number 1, so I'm not sure who the heavy hitters were.
Well, it was, usually you'd expect to see the folks like Thurman and stuff up front. Thurman, unfortunately, had a crash with like a lap and a half to go and put himself at the back of the pack. So Nolan Ford able to get through and take the win. So
Wow,
it's
okay.
kind of shaking it up a little bit because, again, Thurman was just absolutely gone in that moto.
So with these divisions, we're taking the top 16. For everybody tuning into the Freestone YouTube channel, we want to welcome you all. We've got the broadcast up here. Thanks to the fine folks at Area 51 Films and Outlaw Productions TV, bring you the live coverage on the Freestone YouTube channel. You're watching division number 2 of the 85cc 9-12 action.
Yeah,
We're
good.
taking the top 16 out of each division, and then we'll take the top 8 out of the consolation race later on during the week. You're getting a great view here, the Area 51 film here, but it's Darren Pine time, Gage Dunham and Tace Morgan running 1, 2, and 3.
And I think we lost one of our riders battling for second. Somebody went down in that right-hander right before the ski jump, and I'm not sure if that was Dunham or Morgan who went down, but they were just about side by side, and only one of them came out of the turn.
Darren Pine time up and over Cemetery Hill, launching off the FMF Powerwall into the legendary Texas 12-pack sweeper, or Texas 12-pack into the VMAC switchback. And Jackson Vick making his way into, look at those ruts, Don, on the Freestone TV.
Man, whoa, one rider going down under the drone there. So it's going to kind of shake up the order a little bit here. We'll see who's going to follow Pine around through here. And it looks like that's going to be Tace Morgan. So Dunham was the rider who went down. So Morgan does second, and it's going to be Braxton Mess battling with the 129 of Brown for third. Brown might get him.
Get down Gage Brown, an unfortunate circumstance, uncharacteristic circumstance from the 5 of Gage Dunham. Don, when's the last time you saw Gage Dunham make a mistake or drop out of a running order in top 3? It never happens.
You know, I think you got to take it right to this Freestone track. He worked that inside line, and it was a little deeper than he thought. It reached up and grabbed him. We just saw him go through. So he's on the bike and trying to work his way back up, but all the way down to 12th.
Yeah, he lost 10 positions, Don. So
Man, costly mistake. And that's the problem. When you make those mistakes early in the race, everybody gets by you because they're so tightly packed up.
Well, the worst part about this mistake is monumental because now he's in 12th. And let's just say it ended right now. Actually, that could be the 24th gate pick.
Yeah.
Because of division number 1. So
Yeah, that's really what you're worried about now is how am I going to be able to get off the gate in that second half.
that mistake was really magnified because this is a division. So mistake-free, though, is usually Darren Pine time, number 58.
Yeah, he's looking good out there. He already had a pretty big gap on lap 1 there, just sort of letting everything behind him sort itself out.
And if you're watching, joining us live on the Freestone YouTube channel, you're getting a great look here. The grass is out. We've got great cloud coverage, a lot of soil in the dirt. A premier facility here, obviously hosting AMA Pro Motocross Championship rounds from 2007 to 2012, a good 6-year run. And it's been amateur racing ever since we built this national track in 2007. but racing here at Miller Ranch since 2000. So 23 years of motocross racing here.
A lot of history. A lot of history made here on this track.
Don, you know, we've got to announce them all. The Hans, James Stewart, Ricky Carmichael, they've all raced here. It's been really, really, really cool to watch the progression of these amateur riders come up through the ranks and launching up and over Cemetery Hill into the FMF Powerwall. Some great dome coverage. That is Get Down Gage Brown.
Here comes the 129 of Brown through that 12-pack hanging on a third. There's 115 a mess. Going to be interesting to see where we see, your former leader come around here as Dunham. All right, there it is. That's the battle right there between Jackson Vicks, Alex Campili, and Christian Humphrey. That's for 6th.
6th, 7th, and 8th position. Right now, Vic, the 70 on the KTM. Sawyer Geek in 7th position, number 18 on the gas, and Campigli goes back to 8th position. Campili. I'll try to remember that, Don.
They yell at us all the time.
So Gage Dunham has moved up to 11th. He's made one position here.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's going to have to really pick up the pace because picking up one spot a lap is not going to do it.
It is Darren Pine time out front with the lead and setting the fastest lap time of 2:16. So we need the 9:45 with third call actually. All 250A Pro Sport riders should be down in staging. We have a 10 o'clock gate drop time for the first moto, the opening moto, the 250A Pro Sport, Don. Coming up, we're about to see the fastest riders in the amateur nation here, right here at Freestone.
Yeah, and that's a 20+1, so we're going to get a really good chance to look at them.
And the Open A Pro Sport will come at 1 p.m. So at 1 p.m. we'll give the riders a 3-hour break, and then 1 p.m. the Open A Pro Sport. But at 10 a.m., 15 minutes from now, we have our opening moto, the 250A Pro Sport. So you pro riders need to be down in staging.
Yeah, you should be there right now. And right now we're looking at the 58 of Darren Pine into that 12-pack once again. White flag is going to come out for that young man. So one more time around for Darren Pine. Get himself to the top step of the podium.
Get Down Gage Brown has made his way up into 3rd position.
Yep, solid 3rd there. He doesn't have anybody real close trying to take it away. There's Braxton Mess still hanging on a 4th. So there's Zagante, Jackson Vick, Sawyer Geek. There's Campili still battling with the 710 of Brody Moss.
Yeah, what a race that is.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Gage Dunham not able to really move through the field. He's kind of stuck in that 10th spot, 11th spot.
You know, he could have a slight issue with anything. Could be a brake lever, clutch lever. Could be something got tweaked. He could have got tweaked. We don't know what happened to him.
You know, lots of times you see a rider that'll sort of cross up in high side. That front tire can get just a little bit kinked to the side. Then you're into all kinds of problems with it, not rotating correctly over the top of a jump and stuff. So, he, like you say, he could have some little small issue that we just can't see.
Yep, exactly.
Unlike the myriad of other large issues that you and I have, Shan.
A whole ton of health issues, Don. So down in the Suzuki Sweeper, our leader, Darren Pine time. Check this out. Bud Moore created a section here. We're going to come up with a clever nickname.
So he's going to go to the bottom of the hill. This little roller section coming up. It's almost like an uphill step up, but it's like a series of small ones as you see him coming up that and then up over the top of Cemetery Hill.
Tell him to go back to that. Follow the leader back through there next lap. There won't be a next lap.
Checkered flag coming out. That's the race win on the 58 gas ride. Darren Pine The Bees Motor Lab JM Racing 100% TLD ride taking the win.
And with an exclamation point, we might add about a 17-second gap over second place. So Darren Pine Time in this division number 2 of the 85 9-12, your odds-on favorite for a class championship win here. And no stranger to Freestone, Freestone, Don.
Nope, that's a statement right there.
18.7, nearly a 19-second gap over second place for Darren Pine Time.
Just gone. He was at home making phone calls when these guys were still coming around.
So we should be sending our division winner, Darren Pine, down to the podium to talk to, Dean Dyes, Double D. Check out Kevin Kelly out there in the infield breakdancing, Don. Isn't that cool to see?
He's a skinny guy.
He's lost
Very
weight.
bright red complexion.
He's got a sunburn from, like you said, 3 minutes out in the sun.
That's all it takes.
So we're going to send it down to the podium for Dean Dyes and Darren Pine Time.
Yeah, guys, I'm up here with Darren Pine now, getting the job done out here in this 85 class. Darren, dude, how'd you do it?
I just got a really good start, rode my laps, and just tried to hit good lines.
That's what I was talking about. You got quite a few more motos today, don't you?
Yes, sir. Probably just one more.
I'm going to see you back up here?
Yes, sir.
All right, man. Who's going to help you get back up here?
My mom, my dad, TTMX, Van Martin, JM Racing, John from JM Racing, Bees Moto Lab, 100%, Brandon from Bees Moto Lab, Troy Lee Designs, FMF, and HP Motoco, and anyone else. Thank you.
All right, guys, give it up for him. That's Darren Pine.
All right, we're underway with 250C Junior Division number 1. 250C Junior 12 to 16 Limited Division 1. It was the 54. Jamison Bowers out to the early lead here.
Out of Robert Lee, Texas, aboard the TTMX, John Mitchell Racing, and 5B Racing back to effort. So Jamison Bowers, as you said, is going to be joined by 20 other riders here. 21 entries in Division 1 and 20 entries in Division number 2, Don. What that tells us is there's only one rider that's not going to qualify.
Yeah, that's one guy is going to be really unhappy. So there's the 54, going to make his way up and over the FMF Powerwall. Yamaha ride of Jamison Bowers charging down the 12-pack out front. Yeah, looks like the 22 of Galarrega into the second spot, or is that Rodriguez in second?
Well, I don't know. Let's see here.
We'll have to see which 22 that is.
We're going to let the magic of E-Score help us out, Don.
Indeed.
It is Rodriguez in second, Tanner Frady in third, the Yamaha aboard the 72 on the plates, and in fourth it's Ryder Simon, Wackel Alfano in fifth. We've got a Maddox Brown in seventh, Logan Hill in eighth, Colin Paskowitz in a ninth, and Cooper Ford rounds out your top 10, Don. Just outside your top 10 on the opening lap here, Ethan Carter, Sorrentino, Hodge, Galarraga, Treadwell, and Hunter Brennan back in 16th position.
Yeah, and Hunter Brennan with the final transfer ticket there in 16th, so want to make sure you stay there or move up a little bit if you can. Looking at the overhead footage here on Outlaw TV as they make their way to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
So a pair of divisions here in the 250C Junior, and it is Bowers in the Shock Sox S turn with Rodriguez just literally a fraction of a second off of his rear fender.
Yeah, Rodriguez is close. Bowers going to have to be very careful with his line choice. Whoa! Loops it out.
Bowers making a huge mistake, a major loop out, and he is going to lose about 7 positions before he gets this one fired up, Don.
Yeah, he's got to get going. Still not moving.
No, he's going to lose many positions. And I'll tell you what,
man.
Don, that is just characteristic of the 250C junior class. They're just going to make mistakes because they're still learning throttle control and just learning to be smooth.
You know, I think Rodriguez might have come up around the outside, which made him kind of grab a handful of throttle, and Bowers just couldn't get that front tire back down.
There was definitely a little concentration loss.
Watching it all slip away from him there. Well, we'll see where he can remount. Hey, you know what? Sometimes this is what you need to give yourself a little extra motivation. You know, put your head down, go back to work. You can go off the track and say, all right, well, I made a mistake, but I made up for it. I made some progress, so he'll probably be able to feel good going into the second
Well, yeah,
half.
he knows he can get a start. He knows he can hold shots. So he can come out in the second moto and maybe capitalize. But it's Rodriguez out of Modesto, California, out front. We've got a new player. It's going to be Ryder Simon. Ryder Simon on the gas. The 86 should move up to second. Frady Alfano.
Yep, Frady Alfano third and fourth. Brown in fifth.
The 817, Ethan Carter.
Yeah, looks like Carter in seventh. Sorrentino is eighth. Bauer's going to come around in ninth. So, you know, some damage, but he's still in a qualifying spot.
Well, that's why I said he's going to lose about 7 positions, and he did. He lost 7 or 8 positions, so up into ninth, or 10th, actually.
Yeah, it's still, you know, he's still got a little breathing room. He's still got some time in this moto to try to make a little bit of move forward. So, you know, you got to put those mistakes behind you.
Sure, absolutely. Rodriguez making his way through the Dunlop drop, approaching the Shock Socks S-turn where he sees a friendly waving Kevin Kelly out in the infield breakdancing.
But don't wave back to him. You got things to do.
That's right. Stay focused. Don't let
That's
Kevin
it.
Kelly ruin your moto.
As he has ruined many things for many people.
He has. Our good friend Kevin Kelly.
So Ryder Rodriguez on the 22 making his way through out front. Working in that big Suzuki sweeper down the bottom of the hill there as we watch riders making their way over jump stand number 6 to the Shock Socks S-turn.
Folks, we've got race number 7, the 250C Junior 12 to 16 Limited Division number 1 out on the track. Our next gate drop will be the 250A Pro Sport for a 10 o'clock gate drop, and then after that, we'll jump back into this 250C Junior 12 to 16 age group Limited Division number 2. So we're going to take a little bit of a break in these 250C Junior divisions and squeeze the first moto, the first opening moto, the 250A Pro Sport. Here in just a few moments, the mechanics, Don, are down there packing the gates.
They are. They're getting ready to go.
They should.
Can you do some complicated math for me right now?
Take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
So Rodriguez on the 22 working into the Shock Socks S-turn, holding off the 86 of Ryder Simon right now. Walker Alfano on the number 7. Solid run in third. A little bit of a gap back to fourth. Maddox Brown right now on the 133, still holding on to that spot. Frady in fifth. Stephen Bishop, the 723, looks like he's hanging on to sixth. And now Bauer is going to move up into seventh, it looks like, as he's going to work around fourth. So kind of limiting the damage a little bit there, moving up, trying to get himself closer to the front of the pack. So once again, your leader over the top of the finish line there, Shan, the 22, holding off the 86 rider Simon. So Rodriguez making the most of that little kind of opportunity that was given to him on lap 1.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. And Simon only about 2.5 seconds off of Rodriguez, so not too bad at all. The 72 Tanner Frady making his way through.
Yeah, it looks like the 54 Bowers kind of working through. He's going to get around the 20 of Ford, so that should put him up into 6th now.
Yeah, he was back in 11th after that get-off.
Yep.
So making a little bit of stride here in the division.
Good lap times, too. He's at a 2:19, same pace as the leader. He's got the fast lap in the moto on that last lap, so you know what I mean? Sometimes you make those mistakes, it ends up being a positive thing because you're able to give yourself a little confidence. Like you said, I can get a good start, but now I know I can work through the field, too.
Sure. Yeah, Luke Navarre bringing up a fact that he's 2 seconds lap faster today, but that's also because this track is not nearly worn out right now as it was yesterday afternoon.
Oh, look at this. Ryder Simon making a charge around that outside in the Shock Sox S-turn. He is starting to put pressure on Rodriguez.
Yeah, a Honda leading a gas here up and over the Kawasaki step-up. They're going to hang a right and make their way off of the number 8 ski jump into the far reaches of the Loop 270, the Valley of Love, we like to call it, the Suzuki Sweeper, and that is a gnarly section down there. It's the lower bottom west side of their east side of the track, and it gets 18 different ruts all the way across.
Yeah. Do yourself a favor. Take a walk down there at the end of the day, and you will see what the definition of ruts means. All right, here we go. Battle is going to tighten up as they get ready to come back up the hill. Simon trying to go around the outside.
Beautiful shot here on YouTube. Here is our front runners launching off the FMF Powerwall, Don.
Wow, we are going to have a battle here on the final lap as the white flag comes out. Rodriguez able to withstand that push from second place ride of Simon. And there is Alfano on the 7 moving up into 3rd.
What a cool moto here for Rodriguez, Don. All this, he's in second position. He's applying a little bit of pressure on Bowers, who was our early moto leader and was gifted a spot. Bowers making a mistake, and Rodriguez coming from Modesto, California, going, hey, all of a sudden I find myself in Wortham, Texas, leading this first division of the 250C junior class.
Yeah, that's a good feeling when all of a sudden you got nobody in front of you. Nothing but clear track.
I tell you, it's a really good feeling when you're a novice rider, a C rider.
You ain't kidding.
Because there are mistakes that happen, and you're just praying, I hope I can get to the checkers without making a classic C-class move. Monumental mistake. Don, what do you got?
Well, I'm just going to say that's one of those things where, for these young riders, it's all about getting that experience and just feeling like, all right, you know what? I've made mistakes. I've made my progress. So right now, Rodriguez has withstood a little bit of pressure, and he's going to try and make it all the way to the checkered flag.
And Rodriguez doing it aboard the Honda.
There you go. And we've got quite the representation here. Honda, Gas, Yamaha, Husqvarna, KTM, all running in the mix. So working through the final lap here in 250C Division number 1. This is 250C Junior, the 12 to 16 riders. Pro Sport coming off the gate next. 250 Pro Sport going to be coming off the gate next. So we're going from one end of the spectrum to the other there, Shan.
Absolutely, Don. Absolutely. Great way to put it. We're about to see some of the fastest, baddest amateurs on the planet here for the opening moto, the 250A Pro Sport, for a 10 o'clock time, and we'll get to see the Open A Pro Sport at 1 p.m. here in about 3 hours. Checkered flag is going to wave for your moto winner, the 22R of Ryder Rodriguez. He'll be followed by Ryder Simon, number 86. So if your name is Ryder, you should be in the top 3 or top 2 here in the C class.
Kind of a foregone conclusion. If they name you Ryder, you've got to race motorcycles. That's all
Here's
there
your
is to it.
top 20. Rodriguez, Simon, Alfano, Bishop, Frady, Bowers, Ford, Carter, Treadwell, Logan Hell should be hovering right around that top 10 spot. Sorrentino, Galarraga, Lisby, Hodge, Brennan, Paskowitz, Meyer, and Brown. Maddox Brown should be just inside that top 20 here as the checkered flag waves. We're going to give the 250A Pro Sport riders a sight lap. We're going to hand the microphone down to the podium to our boy Dean Dyes, as he will be getting with Ryder Rodriguez here in a minute after the riders get out of impound. There's a great look here on Freestone TV.
Yeah, that is a murderer's row of 250A riders out there. But again, we got to get ready to send it down to the podium here. The 250C Junior Race 1 winner, Ryder Rodriguez, I'm sure going to be very happy down there. So sight lap underway for 250A, and we'll send it to Dean down on the podium. Yamaha from Stokesdale, North Carolina, is Trevin Nelson.
On the gas out of Twin Falls, Idaho, the 26, Casey Clinton.
On the 28 from Winchester, California, the KTM of Preston Baysflug.
Kyle Epperson joins us out of Vancouver, Washington, aboard the Honda, bike number 34.
Out of Telford, Pennsylvania, the 34R, Bryce Shelley on a Yamaha.
Daxton Bennett joins us out of Morgantown, North Carolina, aboard the Yamaha number 41.
On the 44 from Lake Country, British Columbia, the Yamaha of Zach Umfeth.
And out of Simi Valley, California, aboard the Kawasaki, number 45, Slade Varola.
The 54 from East Dubuque, Illinois, the KTM of Leo Tucker.
On a Honda out of Idaho, it's going to be Ben Blakely, bike number 54.
From Modesto, California, the 55 Yamaha, Dylan Cunha.
Rapid City, South Dakota resident on a KTM, Blake Broderick, bike number 60.
Out of Minnedosa, Manchester, Manitoba, it is Jackson Pascal, the 74 Honda.
On the Honda out of Hudson, Colorado, Jackson Pascal, bike number 74.
Out of Danville, Virginia, the Yamaha number 88 is Hamden Hudson.
It's going to be on the gas out of Westfield, Indiana, Mark Finnis, bike number 105.
Out of East Falmouth, Massachusetts, the 108 Husqvarna, Jesse Wessel.
The Jet Reynolds out of Bakersfield, California, right turn Clyde, aboard the Kawasaki, bike number 124.
Out of Modesto, California, the 131 Kawasaki, Kyle Wise.
On a Yamaha to Avon, Ohio, Mitchell Zaremba, bike number 183.
The 220 from Antioch, California, the 220 is Jarrett Finch.
On a gas out of Rio Vista, Texas, Connor Chandler, bike number 254.
Out of New London, Minnesota, the 263 Yamaha, Avery Long.
Out of Castle Rock, Colorado, aboard a Yamaha, the 270, Kyle DeRoche.
The 411 Yamaha from Navasota, Texas is Crockett Myers.
Aboard a Kawasaki out of Cherry Valley, Illinois, Nolan Dickinson, bike number 424.
Out of the 458 KTM, Cameron Dubrow from Peter Marsburg.
Out of Hollister, California, aboard a Kawasaki, the 511, Mikey Durden.
Out of Rescue, California, the 517 is Ty Freehill.
On a Yamaha to Craig, Colorado, Logan Montgomery, bike 521.
From Canyon Country, California, the 712 Kawasaki is Blake Gardner.
On a Yamaha to Riverside, California, Daxton Briggs, the 734.
And the 988 Husqvarna from Delaware, Ohio is Gavin Mays. That's the field in the 250A Pro Sport. We're going to see who's going to come away with the whole shot and grab the first moto win here.
We are
as
only
the revs go up.
Yep, Don, I'm sorry, we're only 3 shy from a full gate here with 37 entries.
Love it. Oh, and it looks like Bennick on the 241, the Yamaha rider, going to grab the whole shot. Bays flew into second on the 28 KTM. And it looks like Reynolds, the 124 Kawasaki ride, making a move to third. Oh, we got some slicing and dicing going coming out of that twist and shout section. And it looks like it's going to be the 12 of Parker Ross charging forward. Still going to be Bennick taking the lead, holding on to it out of the oak tree turn.
Parker Ross on the move here.
Woo.
Gent Reynolds back to fourth aboard the Kawasaki. Parker Ross pushing for second now, Don.
Yeah, he's got the inside on Baysflug.
Wow. Parker Ross, unbelievable, passing a couple right off the bat here.
Yeah, he's not wasting time. Baysflug on the inside, Ross on the outside. And now Ross will have the inside out of the turn. Side by side.
He has made the pass through the Shock Socks S-turn. He's set up exiting.
Baysflug gets him back on the ski jump.
Unbelievable action here. Parker Ross bringing the excitement. Baysflug matching it. And it's Bennick with the start out front, leading here early on the opening laps here of the first moto of the 250A Pro Sport. Through the Suzuki Sweeper, the Valley of Love, Loop 270. That area has 3 nicknames. It's so dominating.
It's so large we had to give it 3 names.
That's right.
Well, there you go. There is looking at your leader making his way up the hill. Back down into that left-hander, and then he'll charge on up to the top of Cemetery Hill. So Dax Bennick making his way through. So Star Racing Monster Energy Yamaha rider coming to the 12-pack out in front. Battle's still going on. Oh, Baysflug sweeps the outside and takes the spot away. I don't think Ross saw that one coming.
Hey, gentlemen, slide to the right, please. What an incredible section there.
Unreal.
Coming through that VMAX switchback, Don Collings. Unbelievable, Parker Ross.
Well, you know what? Baysflug knew he had to do something to shake up Ross a little bit. And so just squeezing through that outside there, that's a little bit of a statement. Ross is going to now have to think about what's going on with him.
Yeah, they are stuck together like Velcro, Don.
All right, Bennick out of the oak tree turn. He maintains a little bit of a gap here. And, boy, that battle for second place continues. And we might have seen Finnis on the 105 man up in the mix now.
Yes, Finnis has made the pass. He's moved up to third. Jet Reynolds slides on back to fifth or sixth positions here on the Kawasaki.
Yeah, so Ross into second, Finnis third. Finnis trying to make that same move. Oh, can't quite execute there.
So Parker Ross changes up his line choice there, and here comes Finnis. Finnis out of Baggett's Burn, carrying the momentum, has made the way around Parker Ross. So Finnis now moves up to second.
And he is immediately on the move after the leader. So this is the battle we wanted to see. Dax Bennick and Mark Finnis. Ross and Basefield look to be third and fourth right now. And looking at the overhead shot there from the Outlaw Racing ride. And here we go, back up the hill. There's Bennick up and over the top of Cemetery Hill into the FMF Powerwall. And he has got a lot of company coming through there. So there's Bennick, there's Finnis, and there's Parker Ross. Basefield holds fourth, and it's going to be the 64 holding on to the top five now. So Ryder McNabb holds fifth. Reynolds down to sixth. And I'll tell you what, Shan, this is going to be great.
So Mark Finnis has made the pass on Daxton Bennick. And what I was going to make a mention of, Don, here about 30 seconds ago is our leader, Daxton Bennick, who is now in the second, has not gapped anybody. You're talking about solid lap times across the board here for your top 7 riders.
Yeah, they're all pretty closely matched at this level. So, yeah, you're not going to get an opportunity to make a mistake.
You've got a half a second, one more second, 0.9. So your top 5 riders are all within. You can literally throw, as I like to say, throw a paper towel over all 4 of them.
There you go. And it looks like Parker Ross picking up the pace. He's probably seeing a little renewed life now that Basefield has been pushing him. And he can see that Finnis has gotten around Bennick. So we'll see if Ross able to catch fire here and get his way around the 241 of Bennick.
So we've seen Parker Ross in the second position and third, back to second, now back to third. But Finnis now, Don, Finnis is starting to slightly separate from the rest of the field here. And he had that fast lap time yesterday during the all-day practice sessions.
Yeah, you know, he is one of those riders that just has got sprint speed. So he can put on a big charge out in front, try to gap the field a little bit here because he's got that kind of explosive speed.
So here is your top 20 rundown. It is Finnis, Ross, Bennick, Baseflug, McNabb, Reynolds back in 6th, Avery Long 7th, Hamden Hudson 8th, Bryce Shelley 9th, Mitchell Zarumba out Ohio in 10th, Jackson Pascal 11th, Trevin Nelson in 12th, Blake Gardner up into 13th, Dylan Kuna 14th, Crockett Myers the 411 back in 15th position, Cameron Duro 16th, Dayton Briggs, Leo Tucker, Slade Verola, and Kyle Wise rounds out your top 20 here.
All right, looks like Ryder McNabb getting around Baseflug as Baseflug had a little bit of trouble in that turn at the bottom of the hill. So he's back now to 5th. McNabb trying to get away, but right now it's Mark Finnis trying to lay down the fastest laps he can, get that gap built up.
Yeah, your front runners launching off that number 3 tabletop. You see them all using body English, setting up for that left-hand corner just before the twist and shout section of the track.
Well, you know, Shan, we know that's a spot that's a good passing point.
Yeah, when you land off that tabletop, you can check up, Don, and hug the inside, or you can carry momentum and go to the outside. We've seen a lot of passes there through the years.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's unique about this Freestone course. A lot of these inside-outside sections, most tracks, one line is better. Here, you really have your choice to go inside-outside, and neither line is a real advantage.
No, not at all.
So it looks like the 511 there of Durden having some problems. So Mikey Durden going down over that number 6 there. Hopefully he'll be able to get up and finish out his week here as we follow the battle out front. There is Bennick trying to get away from Ross. And Parker Ross is closing on the 241.
He will not go away.
No. And I'm sure that's exactly what Bennick is thinking. Would you stop it?
Yeah, exactly.
Get out of here, man.
Parker Ross, an incredible start. Daxton Bennick, obviously incredible start with a whole shot and led for the first lap and a half till Finnis made his way around. But Ross will not leave Bennick alone.
And you know what? If you're Mark Finnis, that's probably the best case scenario right there. Is you get Bennick having to deal with Ross, you can just run your own race.
Absolutely. You hit the nail on the head with that analysis there, Don. Let the guys monkey for position and jockey for position behind.
Yep, you do your thing. Let it all sort itself out behind you.
And just like that, our 4th and 5th place riders are right there in the mix. McNabb and the 28 Base Flug. Your top 5 riders, you can throw a blanket over 3rd through 5th.
All right, so your leader heading over that number 3 ski jump.
And Ross putting some serious pressure on the Yamaha. Bennick, unbelievable. Don, he will not go away. Ross taking alternative lines. Bennick hugging that inside just before the Dunlop drag strip into the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. Ross now going to switch it up and go to the outside. Bennick obviously protecting the inside line around the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree, and check out Ross.
Yeah, he's able to slingshot out of that outside, puts him back on the inside in the Dunlop drop. But like you said, Bennick has got some great racecraft because he's covering those lines. He knows where he's going to have to be vulnerable and where he's got to protect.
He has to protect those inside lines. That's what you're taught at early age.
And guess what? Now you're going to have a 4-rider battle for second.
Yeah, Base Flug and McNabb are joining the mix here. So while Ross is riding the wheels off his bike, trying to keep Bennick in check, all of a sudden now he's about to hear McNabb behind him. So the intensity intensifies.
You know, and that's the problem. Now you got to worry about what's behind you and what you're trying to do in front of you.
Some excellent aerial drone footage here by the crew at Area 51 Films and Outlaw Productions TV here on the Freestone YouTube channel. You are joining us. If you're just joining us, you're watching the early few laps here. Lap number 5 of the 258 Pro Sport.
Yeah, and that overhead shot really does give you an idea of exactly how close these guys are battling. So looking for Finnis to make his way up and over that FMF power wall, coming through the 12-pack.
Yeah, Don, you know, yesterday after watching Finnis in practice, just unbelievable. And here we go. Check it out.
Whoa, McNabb makes the move up to second.
Ryder McNabb, as you said, Don, has moved to second. Parker Ross slides on back to about 5th. So what a shakeup here, Don Collins.
And McNabb giving a little look over at Bennick over that finish line jump like, yeah, I'm here, man.
Yeah, unreal. Ryder McNabb literally riding the wheels off this bike to go from 4th up to 2nd.
All right, but the problem is you still got Mark Finnis on lap 3 with a 2:01 lap time. He's at 2:03 right now, so he doesn't show any signs of fading.
They are 3 wide in the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. Excellent racecraft here between all 3 of those riders.
All right, so here is your leader coming up and over 6 into the Shock Sox S turn. There's McNabb. There's Bennick. There's Ross. There's Base Flug. And actually, Base Flug now to 4th as he gets around Ross. Boy, whatever you do, don't make any mistakes in this moto.
You better not even breathe wrong
I'll
at this
tell you
point,
what,
Don.
That's it. Keep everything in line.
It's a slight runaway now with Finnis, but 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, there's no runaway. These guys are all over each other, matching each other's pace, racecraft, and speed.
Yeah, and I mean, McNabb in the 2:03 range with Finnis, so he's a rider that's got the speed. The problem is you got to get a little bit quicker because you're not going to close the gap doing the same lap times.
So Jet Reynolds back in 6th, Avery Long 7th, Bryce Shelley 8th. 9th place is Hamden Hudson, and the Ohioan Mitchell Zaremba back there in 10th position, just outside your top 10. Gardner, Nelson, Myers, Briggs, Duro back in 15th position.
All right, we're halfway through this one. As you see the crossed flags there.
And, Don, I'm going to call it right now. Ryder McNabb has started to pull away from Bennick and close in slightly on Finnis.
And now Base Flug renewed life in 4th as he goes after Bennick. He's closing right on the back tire of the 241. And look at that. The gap is down to 2.9.
Ryder McNabb is closing in on Mark Finnis, and we're at the halfway mark here. So there's plenty of time for Ryder McNabb to slowly reel in Mark Finnis or hope for a mistake by Finnis.
Well, and here's the thing. Finnis might be kind of managing the race right now because he's still at 2:03. McNabb was at 2:01 that time around. That's the significant change in speed, so we got to keep our eyes on Ryder McNabb. He is poised to try to take the lead away.
Well, and he passed 2 riders a lap ago to move up from 4th to 2nd. So you know as well as I do, if you're going to pass 2 guys in the A Open Pro or 250 Pro Sport class, you're literally the man on the move at that point.
And it looks like Baseflug made the move on Bennick to get himself to 3rd. Out of the Dunlop drop, he just took that inside line and took the spot away.
So, here it could be a classic case of the intensity because Parker Ross and Bennick, Baseflug now slightly falling off the pace a little bit. I wonder if the intensity was a little much there for them first 10 minutes.
It's hard to know. And when you get that tight with a battle going on, sometimes you're not riding as fast as you can because you're worried about that guy next to you. So going to be going by the halfway point the next time we see Mark Finnis and Ryder McNabb, and that, I think, is going to start to tighten up even more because McNabb looks like he is really nailing those lines. Look at this coming up out of the hill. He is right on the back tire.
He is closed in. Ryder McNabb literally riding the wheels off this machine, off his KTM. He is closed in, as you said. Check him out, launching off that FMF power wall, carrying the momentum. And he's...
Whoa, sweeping the inside. Absolutely flying. Here comes McNabb. He's going to go to the outside in the ski jump. Side by side. And it looks like Finnis able to hold him off there. But man, Ryder McNabb is coming like a freight train, Shand.
This might have been a little bit of an eye-opener for Finnis that he better step it up.
Yeah, where did the 64 come from? He's got to be thinking, hey, this guy was nowhere near me.
Yeah, he came from back in 6th position early on. Around the Leonard Skinner oak tree, our leaders go, and here comes a couple of back markers. And that could come into play here before we know it. You've got 2 riders immediately in front of our leaders of Finnis and McNabb.
Yeah, and on a track like this where you got some nice deep ruts, sometimes those riders can't get out of the line.
Yeah, you get stuck in like slot car racing.
Yep. Now here you go. Finnis is behind that lapped rider going down the Freestone Freeway. He's got to switch it up. And yeah, it definitely looks like Finnis knows the intensity's got to get up there.
Yeah, he has elevated his speed back up. I think he got caught off guard slightly. Like you said, where did Ryder McNabb come from?
Yeah, he was just kind of managing the lead. He had a good solid 4-second gap. Everybody would think, all right, you just need to do what you're doing. But McNabb just decides to spoil that party.
Here comes McNabb. He's all over Finnis's rear fender again. He has made the pass.
Oh, there you go. Coming up the hill. Finnis is going to try to get the outside. McNabb shuts that line down. And here we go. New leader up and over Cemetery Hill.
We have a lead change, Don.
Wow. Ryder McNabb just charging through the pack.
Ryder McNabb riding with a lot of intensity. You watch his body English through this VMAX switchback over the finish line tabletop, and he's just it's not sloppy. But it's very, very, very
fast lap of the race on lap 7 for McNabb, a 2:01.2, and that's where that happened right there.
It's like he waited the first 3 laps to let Parker Ross and Bennick kind of sizzle out a little bit.
Well, sometimes these riders, they know, all right, I've got 20 minutes. If I'm here and I know I've got speed, let me let these guys sort it out a little. Let me pick my spot to charge, and he looks like he did exactly that.
Strategery.
Strategery. Some mental strategery.
Strategery.
We'll have to see how they do now as they start to work into traffic because they are going to have a ton of riders in front of them. Coming out of the Shock Sox S-turn, there's McNabb, and they're going to start to come into some heavy lap traffic.
Yeah, and we're talking about lap traffic that are fast dudes at the local level, extremely fast, talented riders. We got Mitchell Zaremba back in 16th place. Crockett Myers is only in 11th place.
Yeah, and these are guys who we know can win.
Sure. So the talent is stacked deep here. Slade Varola, the 45, back in 14th. Cameron Duro in 15th position. Hamden Hudson, 18th. Jackson Pascal, 19th. And Dylan Kuna rounds out your top 20 here just past the midway point of this moto. We're on lap number 9.
Yeah, looking over the shoulder of Mark Finnis as he works his way through that lower section, trying to chase down the leader. All of a sudden, we're in the fog there.
Yeah. Where's J.P. Parsons at?
And, this is just a testament to, like you say, these are the fast guys from everywhere. This is why you see these guys able to do this. I mean, I can give you an example right now. Looking at the 108, Jesse Wessel, all right? He's in 21st.
Yep.
That's a kid from New England who is lights out fast. He'll wax everybody up there.
Yeah,
Top 20.
Top 20, yeah.
This is a deep field. You're in a very deep pool right now.
Yep.
And then Bennick's still having problems. He's going backwards. He's back to 4th, and Ross is starting to close on him.
Yeah.
So not sure what's up there on the Star Racing Yamaha for Bennick.
These guys have been all over the map. It's been entertaining in the last 8-9 laps, but they've been all over the map here with Bennick with the hole shot, Parker Ross passing Baseflug.
And I'll tell you what if you're Ryder McNabb, you're going to have to come out of this race with a ton of confidence.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm really shocked. Not that I didn't think he could not win a moto.
Oh, no.
But the way he has passed these guys, executed the passes, his body English.
Well, and I mean, flat out, Mark Finnis, once he gets out front, it's pretty rare to see somebody just chase him down like that.
Cameron Duro now making his way around Slade Varola, moves up to 14th position. So we've got a couple of heated battles throughout the entire track in different positions, different respective positions.
And, that just goes right back to what you were saying earlier about the lap traffic they're going to have to deal with. These guys are battling for spots, too. They're not going to just move over.
And that also tells you we're talking about speed and your local guys. Crockett Myers, as fast as he is, and we've announced him, he's won plenty of times out here. He's only mustering an 11th position right now, so not even cracking inside the top 10. So the game is elevated.
It's a deep pool you're swimming in, boys.
Here is Ryder McNabb, the 64, up and over. Look at his body English. Did you see how he landed on his rear tire? And it's just he's in a zone of his own, literally. He's in a zone. Every once in a while we get blessed to watch riders do that, and he's in a zone.
And it's one of those things where I'm sure he's probably just as calm as you can be on that bike.
Yeah.
And if you ask him about stuff like that, he'll be like, yeah, no, I was just riding.
Yeah,
just
he doesn't
good.
even realize what he's doing.
Nope,
we
just
pick
doing
up
it.
on it, but he doesn't. It's second nature. It's like breathing oxygen to Ryder McNabb, Mark Finnis, Baseflug, Bennick, and the like.
Yes, because we look at it and know there's no way in the world we can do that.
That's right.
To us, it's impossible. To them, it's just Tuesday.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So Ryder McNabb, Mark Finnis, Preston Baseflug, Dax Bennick, and Parker Ross top 5. Avery Long, Bryce Shelley, Jet Reynolds, Trevin Nelson, and Blake Gardner through the top 10. Then it's Crockett Myers, Dayton Briggs, Lux Turner, Cameron Dubreuil, Mitchell Zaremba, Slade Varola, Kyle Wise, Hamden Hudson, Jackson Pascal, and rounding out the top 20, it's Jesse Wessel on the 108.
Yeah, Don, I'm going to take you past the top 20 here. Dylan Kuna, 21st. Leo Tucker, Jarrett Finch, Kyle Epperson, and Ben Blakely round out your top 25. 26th through 37th, Dylan Lunsford, Casey Clinton, Gage Holsey, Zach Olmseth, Connor Chandler, Blake Broderick, Nolan Dickinson, Gavin Mays, Ty Freehill, Miles Cooper, and Mikey Durden back there from 25th through 37th position. We got a rider down here in the Shock Sox S-turn, so
Yeah, he's
Kevin
stuck.
Kelly causing all kinds of problems down there.
He was stuck under the bike there, couldn't get his leg out. He's still trying to dig his way out of there.
That's right.
And that was a 24.
Of Dylan Lunsford.
Yeah, Lunsford, so he's going to drop way back there as he took him about 20 minutes to get out from under that bike.
We're talking about those local guys. Dylan Lunsford's a local North Texas cat, and all the talent in the world, and as fast as he is, he's in 27th position, Don.
Hey, yeah, can't say it enough, boy. The level has been raised. And look at this, McNabb is just walking away now. He is gone.
Yeah, I had a feeling that was coming once he got around Ross and Bennick. The way he passed Ross and Bennick, I just kind of thought, he's doing this on lap 5. It's only going to get worse for the other riders.
Yeah, right? It'll be a nightmare come true. Bennick is still holding fourth, and Ross rounding out the top 5.
Great ride here on the Kawasaki by Blake Gardner, number 712, just inside that top 10, right there in the 10th position, just inside the bubble for the top 10. And that's what you want to do. You want to come here after a 3-moto format and try to score consistent top 10 points. So let's just say that he stays there in 10th. He comes in the second moto, who gets 10th. And let's say in the third moto, he gets 5th. All of a sudden, he might find himself with the top 6 overall.
Well, if you remember last year in the 250 Pro Sport, we saw the 199 go down. And that last moto, he had to pass like 5 guys on the last lap to get up there, and he did.
He did.
So it was a straight, like a 1-5-2 or something like that. But, hey, DeFrancesco got the championship by doing that. So, like you said, this 3-moto format, it can go all over the place.
That's what I love about 3-moto formats. There is that one extra moto for things to go really haywire or work out in your benefit.
Yeah, it never fails. There's always some riders who love that third moto and some that are like, no, I don't want it.
Exactly. Don, we're about to see the white flag. That is not just his beard, but he's also bringing the flag out.
It's hard to tell the difference because he has that lovely flowing white beard down there. Britt Lambert, finish line flagger. Moonlights as Santa Claus in the offseason.
Britt Lambert and the staff.
Right, we're looking to be leader.
Just the entire staff. No, go ahead, Don. Just the entire staff here. Been here for many, many years. White flag's going to wave here for McNabb, our leader, the 64. And he has separated from Mark Finnis. Unbelievable. Probably about a 7 or 8 second gap here, Don.
Man, that is a statement. Because it's not like he just got the whole shot and ran away.
No.
He did that from 6th place on the first lap. So, boy, Ryder McNabb is going to be somebody to keep your eyes on, folks.
It's a 7.7 second lead now over Finnis. And had you told me that was going to happen on the first or second lap, I'd have said no. But on the 5th lap, I kind of started to calculate in my head. Ryder McNabb is the man on the move. He's going to chase these guys down, and that's exactly what he has done here. And I'm surprised. It's a great surprise. Makes our job fun, don't
Oh,
it?
yeah. That's one of the reasons why I love coming here, because you see these kind of rides.
Yep.
These people they just decide, you know what, this is my year here.
Get it, JP. So Gardner has now moved back to 11th. Crockett Myers has now moved up to 10th. Crockett Myers has moved up to 10th. Blake Gardner slides on back to 11th. Just outside your top 10 here is Zaremba, Duro, and Briggs. But how about Bennick, Ross, Baseflug? Our usual suspects up there in the top 5, and that's where they started. They jockeyed for position. Parker Ross found himself in 2nd and 3rd 2 different times, Don. Now he's back to 5th, comfortably in 5th. Bennick 4th, Baseflug 3rd. Mark Finnis, obviously a solid 2nd here. And we should be seeing the checkered flag soon for our eventual first moto winner here in the 258 Pro Sport, Ryder McNabb.
So riders in races 8 through 14, you need to be in staging for your sight laps. Riders in races 8 through 14, you need to be in staging for your sight laps, as we're doing them in groups of 8 classes. And here it is, Shan, the 64, Ryder McNabb.
How convincing was that? Check out a couple double fist pump for our leader.
And you know what? That should have been a triple fist pump after that ride. There's Finnis hanging on a second. The other thing that is amazing to me is look at the gap back to 3rd, 12 seconds.
Yeah, unbelievable, Don. What an incredible moto. Ross, Bennick, Baseflug, all up in the mix. Finnis, of course, leading over half of the race. McNabb still in the show.
Boy, and look at this. Bennick just barely held on to 4th. Parker Ross right with him at the finish. 0.3 seconds behind him.
The Kawasaki of Jet Reynolds back in 8th position. Bryce Shelley 7th. Avery Long 6th.
Yeah, we've said it before, folks. We're going to say it all week. This is a very deep field in the pro sport.
Great look at the Stasic Tower. I want to thank Stasic for being involved out here at Freestone. And we are going to send it down to the podium here in a minute for your top 3 interviews.
All-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
that nickname because he's leading them around the racetrack right now. Ethan, Full Throttle Waddle.
That's gold, Luke.
It
That's
is.
gold.
That's money right there.
Only one way with Ethan Waddle. It's full throttle.
So we're not sending it down to the podium anymore. No. They're doing the podium now. No. Okay.
He's in a separate world.
All right. Waiting for Full Throttle to show up. Should be pounding that Cowie through the 12-pack here shortly. And here comes Full Throttle Waddle over the finish line on the 100 machine, still holding on to the number one spot. Got a pretty good battle going on just behind him. Looks like the 291 machine, rather. Pressure coming on from the 19. 19 charging hard through the field. Paleologos moves up into the number 3 spot. Lashway in second there. So we'll keep an eye on that gap between Lashway and Full Throttle Waddle there on the number 1 spot. Right now, a 3.848 second margin does Full Throttle Waddle have over Lashway. Don Collings calling out, hey, Lashway, a New Englander from up in Don's area, first time down here in this neck of the woods. He's assured him, hey, man, don't get too worried about it. Soils are very similar here at Freestone as they are up in the Northeast, and it looks like Lashway enjoying life here at Freestone, the 13th annual Spring Championship. Lashway in that number 2 spot turning a 2:20. Millicam turning the fastest lap right now. The number 11 machine turning a 2:19.759. He's running back there in 5th. Full Throttle Waddle going to disappear back into the 270 loop there. Looking solid right now with that 3.848 second margin over Lashway, the rider from up in the Northeast area, up there where Don Collings spends so much of his mic time. He gets to travel all over the United States of America, but home is up there in the Northeast, so a lot of those riders from up in that country, he knows them personally, knows them well, and gets to spend quite a bit of time visiting with them off the racetrack. And I'm sure Lashway, one of those riders that he assured, come down, you're going to like the dirt, you're going to enjoy yourself down there. And I think Lashway having a time of his life out there holding down that number 2 spot. Not a lot of margin between him and Paleologos back there in 3rd, 0.8 seconds back of Paleologos. So it looks like Paleologos may have made his way around Lashway. Oh, and it looks like Paleologos is making a bid now for Waddle. It looks like he's about a second and a half back. We'll look at the time and when it pops up here and see, but I think Paleologos 1.3 seconds down. Paleologos just turns the fastest lap of the race, turning a 2:16.6 on lap 4. So the Yamaha-mounted Paleologos got his head down. He's charging hard, headed to the front. He's got his sights set on Full Throttle Waddle and wanting to put him in that number 2 position.
Yeah, and he's close, too. I mean, he's only got 1.3 separating him, and he's got a great pace going. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him give the 100 all he can handle.
Well, he's doing it right now. I mean, he's right there on the back wheel of the 100 machine as they're headed up towards the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree. Looks like Waddle going to take the outside. Paleologos going to take the inside. Looks like that outside line worked really well for Full Throttle on the Kawasaki.
Yeah, that's a nice outside line. You can really lay into the berm there and get some work done.
It's kind of funny how that rut works. You watch the riders take that far outside, and it's like they really slow down right there just behind that Red Bull tent. The inside line's a little slower, but then once they get going down the straightaway, they're able to carry a lot of momentum down the hill there.
Yeah, that's one of those slingshot lines. It
Yeah.
gets faster as you come out of it.
Yeah, the way it's rutting out over there, it's almost an inside-out, outside-in option lane, because once you're in the rut, you're kind of in the rut for a while. It's not like you can just jump out at will.
Yeah, no, you're staying in it.
Yeah, these ruts aren't the kind that are forgiving, that once you're in them, you can just kind of plow out of them. They're not a sandy type rut. They're a pretty firm.
No, but you can fall on them.
Yeah, true that. Yeah, that would be my MO. Meanwhile, Ethan Waddle still holding on, but Paleolego breathing hard and heavy down the throat, the neck rather, of the Kawasaki mounted full throttle Waddle. So Kawasaki outrun the Yamaha from 4 KTMs there. Maybe more because Racer Unknown, we don't have an idea on what that bike is. If he's a KTM, then we've got a pile of KTMs there.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of orange.
Yes, it is. Going to be coming into back markers. And here's the battle. Waddle going to go outside in. Paleolego going to go inside out. Looks like those lines really closely matched. White flag, 1 lap to go.
Shaping up a good battle on the final lap here.
Lap time's really close right there. Waddle turning a 2:19. Paleolego's turning a 2:18. Paleolego's 0.511 behind race leader Full Throttle Waddle. So with 1 lap to go, can Paleolego take that half?
All-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster. Yamaha.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda Pioneer 1000 Deluxe Crew with class-leading comfort for 6. Tough, reliable, capable. Part of the 2023 Honda Pioneer lineup. Enough said.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
If bigger is better, then bigger, plus tougher, plus smarter, must equal something pretty special. Something like the all-new Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. This is Honda's very first crew model side-by-side, giving you more seating, more hauling, more towing. Standard hard doors and spacious legroom make entering and exiting the Pioneer 1000 Crew easy. And on the back bench, the center seat is pushed forward to optimize shoulder room and comfort. At the core of the new Crew model is a class-leading engine, paired with Honda's exclusive dual-clutch transmission. Featuring a high-low sub-transmission, true engine braking, paddle shifting, and drive modes including a tow-haul mode. And since the DCT uses no belts, belt burnout will never slow you down. The auto-leveling rear suspension ensures optimal handling and comfort, even when you're fully loaded with passengers and gear, while abundant cabin storage keeps your essentials close at hand. Common sense components mean you can work smart and customize your vehicle with ease. This is the first ever Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. Built bigger, tougher, smarter, better. From Honda.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda Pioneer 1000 Deluxe Crew, with class-leading comfort for 6. Tough, reliable, capable. Part of the 2023 Honda Pioneer lineup. Enough said.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
If bigger is better, then bigger, plus tougher, plus smarter, must equal something pretty special. Something like the all-new Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. This is Honda's very first crew model side-by-side, giving you more seating, more hauling, more towing. Standard hard doors and spacious legroom make entering and exiting the Pioneer 1000 Crew easy. And on the back bench, the center seat is pushed forward to optimize shoulder room and comfort. At the core of the new Crew model is a class-leading engine, paired with Honda's exclusive dual-clutch transmission. Featuring a high-low sub-transmission, true engine braking, paddle shifting, and drive modes including a tow-haul mode. And since the DCT uses no belts, belt burnout will never slow you down. The auto-leveling rear suspension ensures optimal handling and comfort, even when you're fully loaded with passengers and gear, while abundant cabin storage keeps your essentials close at hand. Common sense components mean you can work smart and customize your vehicle with ease. This is the first ever Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. Built bigger, tougher, smarter, better. From Honda.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda Pioneer 1000 Deluxe Crew with class-leading comfort for 6. Tough, reliable, capable. Part of the 2023 Honda Pioneer lineup. Enough said.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
If bigger is better, then bigger, plus tougher, plus smarter, must equal something pretty special. Something like the all-new Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. This is Honda's very first crew model side-by-side, giving you more seating, more hauling, more towing. Standard hard doors and spacious legroom make entering and exiting the Pioneer 1000 Crew easy. And on the back bench, the center seat is pushed forward to optimize shoulder room and comfort. At the core of the new Crew model is a class-leading engine, paired with Honda's exclusive dual-clutch transmission. Featuring a high-low sub-transmission, true engine braking, paddle shifting, and drive modes including a tow-haul mode. And since the DCT uses no belts, belt burnout will never slow you down. The auto-leveling rear suspension ensures optimal handling and comfort, even when you're fully loaded with passengers and gear, while abundant cabin storage keeps your essentials close at hand. Common sense components mean you can work smart and customize your vehicle with ease. This is the first ever Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. Built bigger, tougher, smarter, better. From Honda.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda Pioneer 1000 Deluxe Crew, with class-leading comfort for six. Tough, reliable, capable. Part of the 2023 Honda Pioneer lineup. Enough said.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
If bigger is better, then bigger, plus tougher, plus smarter, must equal something pretty special. Something like the all-new Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. This is Honda's very first crew model side-by-side, giving you more seating, more hauling, more towing. Standard hard doors and spacious legroom make entering and exiting the Pioneer 1000 Crew easy. And on the back bench, the center seat is pushed forward to optimize shoulder room and comfort. At the core of the new Crew model is a class-leading engine, paired with Honda's exclusive dual-clutch transmission. Featuring a high-low sub-transmission, true engine braking, paddle shifting, and drive modes including a tow-haul mode. And since the DCT uses no belts, belt burnout will never slow you down. The auto-leveling rear suspension ensures optimal handling and comfort, even when you're fully loaded with passengers and gear, while abundant cabin storage keeps your essentials close at hand. Common sense components mean you can work smart and customize your vehicle with ease. This is the first ever Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. Built bigger, tougher, smarter, better. From Honda.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda Pioneer 1000 Deluxe Crew, with class-leading comfort for six. Tough, reliable, capable. Part of the 2023 Honda Pioneer lineup. Enough said.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
If bigger is better, then bigger, plus tougher, plus smarter, must equal something pretty special. Something like the all-new Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. This is Honda's very first crew model side-by-side, giving you more seating, more hauling, more towing. Standard hard doors and spacious legroom make entering and exiting the Pioneer 1000 Crew easy. And on the back bench, the center seat is pushed forward to optimize shoulder room and comfort. At the core of the new Crew model is a class-leading engine, paired with Honda's exclusive dual-clutch transmission. Featuring a high-low sub-transmission, true engine braking, paddle shifting, and drive modes including a tow-haul mode. And since the DCT uses no belts, belt burnout will never slow you down. The auto-leveling rear suspension ensures optimal handling and comfort, even when you're fully loaded with passengers and gear, while abundant cabin storage keeps your essentials close at hand. Common sense components mean you can work smart and customize your vehicle with ease. This is the first ever Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. Built bigger, tougher, smarter, better. From Honda.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda Pioneer 1000 Deluxe Crew with class-leading comfort for six. Tough, reliable, capable. Part of the 2023 Honda Pioneer lineup. Enough said.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
If bigger is better, then bigger, plus tougher, plus smarter, must equal something pretty special. Something like the all-new Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. This is Honda's very first crew model side-by-side, giving you more seating, more hauling, more towing. Standard hard doors and spacious legroom make entering and exiting the Pioneer 1000 Crew easy. And on the back bench, the center seat is pushed forward to optimize shoulder room and comfort. At the core of the new Crew model is a class-leading engine, paired with Honda's exclusive dual-clutch transmission. Featuring a high-low sub-transmission, true engine braking, paddle shifting, and drive modes including a tow-haul mode. And since the DCT uses no belts, belt burnout will never slow you down. The auto-leveling rear suspension ensures optimal handling and comfort, even when you're fully loaded with passengers and gear, while abundant cabin storage keeps your essentials close at hand. Common sense components mean you can work smart and customize your vehicle with ease. This is the first ever Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. Built bigger, tougher, smarter, better. From Honda.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda Pioneer 1000 Deluxe Crew, with class-leading comfort for 6. Tough, reliable, capable. Part of the 2023 Honda Pioneer lineup. Enough said.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
If bigger is better, then bigger, plus tougher, plus smarter, must equal something pretty special. Something like the all-new Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. This is Honda's very first crew model side-by-side, giving you more seating, more hauling, more towing. Standard hard doors and spacious legroom make entering and exiting the Pioneer 1000 Crew easy. And on the back bench, the center seat is pushed forward to optimize shoulder room and comfort. At the core of the new Crew model is a class-leading engine, paired with Honda's exclusive dual-clutch transmission. Featuring a high-low sub-transmission, true engine braking, paddle shifting, and drive modes including a tow-haul mode. And since the DCT uses no belts, belt burnout will never slow you down. The auto-leveling rear suspension ensures optimal handling and comfort, even when you're fully loaded with passengers and gear, while abundant cabin storage keeps your essentials close at hand. Common sense components mean you can work smart and customize your vehicle with ease. This is the first ever Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. Built bigger, tougher, smarter, better. From Honda.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
This is what it sounds like when quality speaks for itself. The Honda Pioneer 1000 Deluxe Crew with class-leading comfort for 6. Tough, reliable, capable. Part of the 2023 Honda Pioneer lineup. Enough said.
Introducing the all-new 2021 Rebel 1100 from Honda.
If bigger is better, then bigger, plus tougher, plus smarter, must equal something pretty special. Something like the all-new Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. This is Honda's very first crew model side-by-side, giving you more seating, more hauling, more towing. Standard hard doors and spacious legroom make entering and exiting the Pioneer 1000 Crew easy. And on the back bench, the center seat is pushed forward to optimize shoulder room and comfort. At the core of the new Crew model is a class-leading engine, paired with Honda's exclusive dual-clutch transmission. Featuring a high-low sub-transmission, true engine braking, paddle shifting, and drive modes including a tow-haul mode. And since the DCT uses no belts, belt burnout will never slow you down. The auto-leveling rear suspension ensures optimal handling and comfort, even when you're fully loaded with passengers and gear, while abundant cabin storage keeps your essentials close at hand. Common sense components mean you can work smart and customize your vehicle with ease. This is the first ever Honda Pioneer 1006 Deluxe Crew. Built bigger, tougher, smarter, better. From Honda.
The all-new Yamaha YZ450F. Narrower, more compact, and lighter. Built to do one thing: go faster.
Go right over this right away. We need a split out there is what we need.
Got a caution flag out. Uh-oh, we got a couple of bikes down over there, Don.
Yeah, got a couple guys in that turn right before the ski jump. They're on the inside line. Looks like you got bikes kind of tangled together.
I see a 94.
Yeah, Bloomfield. So we'll have to see who that is as we watch your leader down the bottom of the hill. That's the 19. That is Kyle Paleologos from Triangle Cycles War Eagle MX Monster Mountain MX ride. So the Yamaha rider going to come up the hill, watching for him to go over that FMF power wall.
Pounding that Yamaha into the power wall. Here comes race leader through the 12-pack into the switchback.
Yeah, a little off rhythm there, but he's going to get through there cleanly. So green flag flies for the 19 of Palaiologos. It is the 22 making the charge up. So that is the 22, the 100 into third. So it is indeed.
You're right. That is the double deuce there. That's Damian Holmes in the number 2 spot, pushing full throttle Ethan Waddle back into third. Maddox, they're in 4th. Thero in 5th.
Yeah, it looks like Mahonen running in the 6th spot. Jamison Bowers in 7th. Talon Christie, Tenafredi, 8th and 9th. And Gavin Fortin are going to round out your top 10. Looking at 11th place right now, that's the 25 of Marcello Cruzeiro. Spencer Weldon in 12th. Gianni Love in 13th. Ivan Galarrega running in the 4th spot. It's Jaden Brown rounding out your top 15. And the final transfer right now, it's Strovich on the 44 Kawasaki. So Aiden Strovich got that final transfer ticket, but we got a lot of laps to run before that's going to happen.
Yeah, we do, and these riders are coming through just nose to tail in so many places on the racetrack, and you get a little farther back and the battles are just on fire. Looks like our race leader, Kyle Palaiologos, help me out, I keep butchering. Palaiologos is checking out right now. He's got quite a bit of breathing room. Looked like he had a 5-second margin last time they came through, and it looks like that's probably going to be even more so next time through. Look at the view of the clouds there on the, I guess, the drone catching those shots maybe, or the camera on the boom.
Yeah, beautiful day here today. A little overcast, a little sunnier today than it was yesterday, but still got some nice cloud cover overhead. That's always good for racing.
Track staying pretty juicy overall. They've done a great job, the track staff and crew here, of keeping this thing in good shape. And, of course, again, a little help from the clouds that's covering nice, cool temperatures. It's just been a beautiful weekend thus far, and looks like the forecast is calling for more of the same.
So there's your leader going to make his way over the top of Cemetery Hill into that FMF power wall. Nice launch over the top on the Yamaha ride.
Nice and clean on the landing there. It matters when you land on that downslope, like you talked earlier, to really get the drive for the 12-pack. And he did just that, coming up over the finish line.
Yeah, that is where you want to be.
2:18.377 for second lap. Got a 7-second margin over Holmes back there in that number 2 spot. Full throttle Waddle 1.4 back behind Holmes in third. So, yeah, it looks like right now Palaiologos definitely forced to be reckoned with here in this 250C class. This is heat number 2. I don't know what kind of lap times they were turning heat number 1.
No, it was about the same. You know, there was a couple riders in 217, 218.
Right on.
But the majority was a 220, 221, right around that.
Right. Well, race number 10 out there on the track.
We got a rider down in the Oak Tree turn. Looks like the 100
That's
Yamaha.
Ethan. No, it's a Yamaha.
So that is Mason Pappas having trouble in the Oak Tree turn there. They're going to get that bike off the track.
Oh, that's the 100R. I immediately thought it was full throttle Waddle, but he's on
Nope.
the Cowie.
Nope, he's still out there cruising around, getting them laps done. We'll give his parents a heart attack there for a second. Oh, my God, is that the 100?
Well, the rider is up. They've communicated with me back there behind the FMF hay bale there, so good to see him up. They're taking a little inventory on him, pulling his jersey off. So it looks like he's going to be okie diddly dokey. Love to see that.
Yeah, always good to see riders able to stand up and get off onto their own power when they have that.
Yeah. So where are they at out there, Don? Are they back down in the 270 loop
Yeah,
section?
they are getting through that big loop right now. You see in the 19 of Palaiologos coming back down the hill. He's going to make that left-hand sweeper and then charge up to the top of Cemetery Hill.
Look at the braking bumps back there in that section they're at right now, Don Collins. It's getting legitimately rough today.
Yeah, and that's the difference between practice day and race day. You're going a little harder. You've got a little bit more aggression in some of these sections with the acceleration and the brakes, so it's going to get rougher. You're going to get a lot more bumps and rolls.
Absolutely. Well, look like Palaiologos not having any issues at all contending with how rough the track is getting, because looks like he is steadily margining out the gap between him and the rider in second.
Yeah, you know, I have to say, I just noticed he's been switching up his line coming at the end of that 12-pack. He's gone outside a couple of times. Now he's going inside.
Yeah.
So he's looking at what the track's going to look like later on. That's a very smart rider there.
I love seeing what you're talking about. And you're right. For a C rider, that's pretty advanced. A lot of
really
C
is.
riders aren't there yet. They get so caught up in the moment that they just look just past the front fender and keep the thing on the throttle stop. And having that control mentally is impressive.
Yeah, he definitely looks like he's like, all right, well, I got this. I got to look for lines because later on I might need to do something different here. So he is switching it up. And like you say, that's not always common in the C class.
Right. And McGrath was kind of the king of that. You know, when he would go out on lap, he would go out and take the main line for a couple of laps, and then he would start to deviate from that and checking out things that he might need later in the race. And really cool that Pelialagos is in that position. And he gapped out another 2 seconds over the rider in second spot, Damian Holmes. 7-second gap is now a 9-second gap. So even Pelialagos leaving the main line and checking other things out, he is continuing to pull gap. Pretty impressive stuff from Pelialagos.
Yeah, and there are just some riders who are real good at that, real good at analyzing the track. I can remember listening to people talking to Carmichael in an interview, and he was talking about how he remembered it. There was a couple of little rocks on the inside of one of these ruts on the turn. It was like just so focused in on what's going on out there. And I know if you talk to Mike Gosler, who I know is here with Honda now, he was his mechanic for a long time. He said that there was one thing that he was a pain about, and it was his levers. Brake lever, clutch lever. He would forever be, I got to have a different one. You got to adjust this up and down.
Interesting.
He said it was just one of those things that it was just something he focused on, and you had to make him feel good about that. And if you did that, he was fine.
Well, some people may have that genetically, but I think you kind of keyed on it yesterday when we were watching Lala jump out of the shock sock section, and you said that comes from track time. That just comes from time. And that's what a lot of this stuff that we're talking about comes from. You can't get it any other way other than just seat time. To be able to process that at pace comes from seat time, because your mind has to develop the ability to process the track coming at you and looking for different things and notice the different things that we're talking about.
Yep, and that is there's no class for that. There's no school you can go to for that. Just the school of hard knocks.
Yep, it's work. You earn it for sure.
So Pelialagos holding on to the lead. There's Damian Holmes on the 22 in second. Ethan Waddell continues in third. Maddox Brown fourth. And there is the 54 continuing to round out the top five, Jamison Bowers. So winding down the laps here in the 250C 12 Plus Division number 2. And we got some information to give out there, Luke.
Attention in the pits. Yeah, water's going to be turned on from 1 to 3 for you guys to fill up, take care of business. So from 1 to 3, water is going to be turned on in the pits, and then it's going to be turned back off from 3 until 9. So just be aware. Attention in the pits one more time. From 1 to 3, we're going to turn the water on. You can fill up, do the business you need to do with the water, and then it's going to be turned back off from 3 till 9. So now you know. Ooh, we got one down here. It looks like the possible 22. No.
No, can't really see
Is
who
that in a 12-pack? Yeah, it is. It's off the power wall.
Yeah, it looks like it is the 22. So that may be Galarrega, gas rider.
It is definitely the double deuce on a gas, and a rider communicating, starting to set up. Good to see that. So not sure what happened right there on the FMF power wall, but
well, you know what? You come over the top of that wrong, and it can all go away for you.
For sure. And I'm sure the face on the other side is pretty rutted. It's easy to cross rut.
Oh, yeah.
And he's walking off right now, so thank you, Lord.
Yeah, always glad to see the riders all walking off under their own power.
Yes, sir. Here comes a pretty good race. It looks like maybe a lapper going a lap down.
Yeah, and we're going to see the white flag this time as you see the 19 of Kyle Pelialagos.
Clicking off at 2:16 that last time. Lap 4, the fastest lap of the race, 2:16.8. And, man, that's dipping down in there because we were talking earlier. It looked like some of the faster riders in the moto before were more in that 2:18 kind of range, 2:17. So 2:16, pretty impressive stuff.
Yeah, again, that's another confidence builder to take into the second half.
I think we're going to see some pretty cool lap times here in this race number 11, Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14. There's going to be some fast riders out there. Division 1, race number 11 on the gate. So are you going to participate in any of the festivities tonight, Don? Are you going to go enter the...
Oh, I will definitely be. I'll be calling the action down at the Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament.
Are you? Right
Oh,
on.
of course. I love that. I do that one every year. It's one of my favorite events at the nighttime. So I will definitely be down there for the Malcolm Stewart FMF Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament.
Sweet.
I'll be screaming at people through the megaphone to get those fish.
Right on. Looking forward to that. I'll probably go down there and hang out a little bit myself. Just excited to see these kiddos get out there and catch
I'll tell you
fish.
what, there's some big fish in that pond. We've seen some pretty good-sized fish come out of that big pond.
Huh. Catching mostly black bass out of there?
Yeah,
I'm
they're
guessing?
catching a little bit,
Yeah.
fresh
Yeah.
water. But, yeah, there's some pickerel. Oh, yeah, some giant bullfrogs in there.
Always cool to hear them bullfrogs at night. If you've never heard a bullfrog at night, when they just kind of do that, it's just cool sound. And people ain't never heard it, you can scare the death out of it. Tell them it's, the Sasquatch coming or something, and they'll run.
Yeah, if you don't know what that is, it's a little unsettling. Luckily, I grew up in the country myself, so I'm well familiar with all those noises.
Right. Did you grow up in the Northeast?
Yeah, I grew up in Connecticut.
Okay,
Yep.
right on. Connecticut. I've never been to Connecticut.
The Nutmeg State.
Yeah, looks like our race leader driving up over Cemetery Hill, pounding into the power wall right now on the 1.9er and ripping it through the 12-pack one last time.
Yeah, good smooth line over that. That's exactly what you need to be doing. So he's going to get the checkered flag, the race win for Kyle Paleologos.
Well, you talked about that smooth line. He just looked in control throughout that moto. He just looked smooth and buttery. And a lot to be said for that. Track gets rough like this. When you can be in control, you're saving energy. And he did an incredible job of putting on a show.
Yeah, there you go. Damian Holmes going to hang on a second. And the 100 of Ethan Full Throttle Waddle in the third spot. Maddox Brown fourth. And we're looking for the 54 Bowers to round out the top five.
Ooh, I just about flipped the table with my knees. Here we go. Looks like the 39 machine out front early here. That's going to be Aiden Zing.
Yeah, he had the 47 of Heath Fisher right with him. And it looks like Fisher's going to make the move around to the lead.
So
Heath
47
Fisher.
Heath Fisher. I think he's out of Northern Australia, I believe.
I think you are correct. Townsville and North. Yeah, that's NA. That's usually Australia.
Well, I got to call him over the last weekend at the qualifier out in Amarillo, and he was an absolute hole shot monster out there. I mean, just hole shot after hole shot. Didn't have quite the competition out there that he's got here this weekend, but doesn't seem to bother him. He don't mind going into turn one first. If there's a lot of competition or not, he'll just go ahead and take the hole shot and go on. I don't know that he pulled the hole shot on this one, but he sure got the lead early. Yeah, 39 in the number 2 spot. Aiden Zing.
So Aiden Zing, and that looks like the 26 of Carson Wood into third. Kawasaki Team Green Rider. As they come back over the top of that jump stand number 5, working into the Shock Sox S-turn.
Aiden Zing making the trek out here from Marietta, California. Carson Woods, Zephyrus Hills, Florida. Townsend back there in 5th on the Kawasaki. So the 241 machine, Brady Olson back there in 4th out of Dripping Spring, Texas. And they drop down the hill there, disappear, headed into the Loop 270 section of the racetrack with the 47 machine margining the field already.
All right, so there you go. Coming back down the hill to that sweeping left-hander. Woods starting to close up the gap on second.
So you say Wood is catching up?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, right on.
Yep, Carson Wood starting to close up the gap on that second place ride. And he's definitely a rider who, he's got plenty of speed. I don't think he's too worried about this first lap. Going to try to get the lay of the land here and start making some moves. But right now, the 47 looking to be out front. That's Heath Fisher. And there is Aiden Zing, Carson Wood. Looks like the 87 of Grayson Townsend up into fourth, and it's going to be the 14, Brandon Eade, rounding out your top 5 first time around.
Well, they come across, Don, with Fisher 1.3 seconds out in front of Zing. We'll keep an eye on that margin. But you're right, it looked like Zing had plenty of speed early on here, so we'll just have to wait and let the race happen, I suppose, and see how it comes down. I like to see my little buddy back, like Campbell back there in 14th. Good to see him out here slicing and dicing this weekend. Race number 11 on the racetrack right now. That is Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14, Division 1, Division 2 on the gate. Race number 12 in staging.
Another division race out here, so another one where they got to get top 16 to qualify directly in. So these riders got to get on the gas. You want to be in the top 16. You don't want to have to go to the LCQ.
Well, they're battling right now. Look at this three-bike battle going through the Shock Sox S-turn. Fisher still out front. Zing in second with Wood right there on the back wheel of Zing.
Yeah, and you notice that Wood is switching up to go to the outside line there. He's trying to stay out of the same line as the top two. So he's definitely looking around to see where he can spot a place where he can get a wheel in or maybe make a move.
Well, that's a pretty good indicator that the rider behind them feels like he's faster, because if he's not feeling like he's able to do that, he's not going to be leaving those lines. He's just going to stay in there. But right now it looked like he's got the speed.
Yeah, and he's going to go outside here. We're looking to see if he can get around into that second spot. He's working on the outside, trying to get around Zing.
Trying to watch him on the monitor here. Kind of losing him, getting spun around, a little dizzy.
So looking for your leaders to work their way to the bottom of that hill. That left-hand sweeper, we'll watch for him up at the top of Cemetery Hill.
Here comes Fisher through the 12-pack, and it looks like the Cowie is on the back wheel of Fisher now. He has made the move. Wood has got around Zing.
Yep, that big sweeper down at the bottom of the hill there, that's going to be a spot you're going to watch Carson Wood make passes, because he is really good at laying that bike over and just letting it eat.
Obviously, because he covered up a lot of ground and then got around Zing and has actually pulled a little bit of a gap over Zing just in that short little bit of racetrack. So Fisher coming under pressure now. Yeah, he's right there on the back wheel of Fisher, and Fisher knows it. He can hear that Cowie back there screaming down the back of his neck.
Well, you know what it is. Carson Wood has a little extra confidence because he's got a secret weapon. He's got Doug Doucette in the Team Green pits building his bikes for him. And I'll tell you right now, that guy has very quietly built a lot of championship bikes.
Yeah. Fisher doesn't seem very comfortable having Wood right there on his back wheel. Look like he's able to gap out just a little bit.
Yeah, here we go. Wood's going to start working those inside lines. He'll fade out a little bit here.
Wood getting great drive down the hill there. They're going to come over virtually side by side. Look at that Wood right there on the back wheel of Fisher.
Watch him switch to the outside here. This is the fast line out of the Shock Sox S-turn.
Cool watching this kid make decisions that far in advance. So look at this. I think he's going to take the position. Not going to get it done. Fisher stays on the throttle.
But Fisher knows he's there now. That's for sure.
Ooh.
Oh, a little contact it looked like.
Oh.
Little bump there.
It's a battle right now, Don Collings. It is on.
Go.
Fisher not wanting to give up that number one spot, but it looks like Wood going to just go send over the hill there. Probably going to take it away right there.
Yeah, and like I said, he's really good in that lower, big, sweeping left-hand turn.
Fisher going to go outside in that sweeper this time.
Yep. He probably saw that this guy closed up on him, wanted to undo that. But Carson Wood not going to be denied. The 26 coming to the top.
They're side by side.
And he's going to go the long way around, make the pass into the lead.
Yeah, he took it right there. That was beautiful stuff. Hopefully we can see Fisher try to retaliate. But, man, I tell you what, it looks like Wood right now has just got a truckload of speed. He's going to be a force to be reckoned with for sure.
Yeah, I am not at all surprised to see this performance out of the 26. Even a little bit. So coming into the 12-pack, Fisher making a good run through as well. He's trying to get to the outside. They both use that outside-inside line, and Wood's going to hold him off.
We got Fisher, Wood, Zing, Townsend, Ead, Ellis, Olson, Martin Campbell, Lewin, London, Moss, Seba, Lawrence, Dole, Pajak, and Pajak. That's our final transfer position there. That's your top 16.
All right, don't forget out there in the pits, Open Pro Sport riders, your moto's coming up at 1 o'clock. You need to be getting ready to head down to staging because we need you down there in about 30 minutes. All right, so there's Carson Wood making his way to the Dunlop drop. Is that it? Give attention to the pits. Andrew Howard, come up to the registration window, please. Andrew Howard, please come up to the registration window. Wood can't really shake Heath Fisher. Fisher hanging with him pretty well.
He has, yeah. He's done a really good job. I mean, the way the Wood run him down, made the moves to get up there, ran him down and caught him and passed him, you kind of think Wood was going to pull away a little faster than he has. But about the time we kind of start talking about that, it looks like it offended him that you mentioned that Fisher was staying there.
Somebody
and he
must
kind of
have
started
heard.
to pull. Yeah. He was like, I don't think so, you crazy
Listen,
Yankee. I'm on
Don
the gas.
Collins, shut up there. Well, here's the thing. If you're Heath Fisher, this is probably his first time here at Freestone.
Yeah.
Carson Wood's been here many times. So
Yeah.
if you're Heath Fisher, the smart thing to do is get in the line behind him and see what he's doing because he knows his way around this race course. If you're able to walk somebody down like that, obviously you know the good line.
Sure,
so Fisher's in a good spot right now to just do a little bit of homework.
And doing a really good job, like you said, of keeping Wood in sight so he can maybe do some of that homework you're talking about. And, it matters. You get a lot of time on a racetrack, and that pays off. It pays dividends down the road when you get to come back and hit that same racetrack over and over again. I'm not sure how much Fisher has been to the United States even, to be honest. So
yeah, that's true.
The pressure of coming to an event like this, who knows what's going on between the ears of Fisher as they come up over the finish line. Britt Lambert's still there in the doghouse, so at least 2 laps to go. But a lot of pressure, I'm sure, a lot of excitement, a lot of anxiety and butterflies and all that stuff that comes with it. That some people are just naturally better at working with that stuff. Some it inspires them to do great things, and others it causes them to fall apart. Fisher looks like he's handling all of it really, really well.
Well, you know what they say, Luke? The same pressure that can crush a building is the pressure that makes a diamond. So.
Oh, I like it. Well, it sounds like Shan Garcia up here explaining Heath Fisher's been around the States for a little better part of a year, right around that amount of time. So he's had a little time to acclimate to the pace and the dirt and the pressure and all that stuff that goes on with an event of this capacity. Looking great out there in second, but Carson Wood made the move. He's out front on the Kawasaki, got his head down and putting on a show.
Yep, coming out of the Dunlop drop, he's going to try. Oh, and down goes Wood.
Ah, my
Carson
goodness.
Wood slides the front end out, and he's stuck under the bike.
I am thrilled that I wasn't the one speaking of him at the time. I didn't curse him. You did.
Stuck under the bike. I blame Doug Doucette for that. Well, he's going to have to go back to work now. He's down to about 6th.
Yeah, I think he's in 6th now.
Ooh. Yeah, there's Ryder Ellis, who was in 6th last time. So
Not
Carson
the first
Wood,
time we've seen that today. We've seen riders out front just have little hiccups.
This is not an easy course, boy.
Nope.
Those ruts that are in some of these deep sections, and especially, again, we're on a small bike here. The Mini Senior is not as, you don't have that wheel advantage like you do on the big bikes to maybe power your way out of something like that.
So question, the idea of, okay, started getting a little bit of a gap. Without the pressure, does the concentration level maybe lapse a little bit, cause those little bit of hiccups? Who knows? But
at this point, I don't think so. I think at that point he was just going for that line and just maybe, all you got to do is just turn that wheel a tiny bit too much or lean a little much. You don't get the drive out of the back tire. It's a lot of little things.
Right. We've seen today, though, we've had riders with big gaps out front and then a little bobble just like that. And sometimes you just wonder if the concentration level lapsed a touch and front wheel tucked.
Well, Heath Fisher probably doesn't care what happened. He just knows he's out front.
He's happy as a clam right now.
And he's looking at the white flag.
So white flag flying here. This is the last lap of Mini Senior 112-14 Heat 1 with Heath Fisher taking that number 1 spot away when after Wood went down there, giving Fisher that number 1 spot. So about 3/4 of a lap to go for the 47 of Heath Fisher. And he'll be looking at that checker flag next time through, and I'm sure it'll be a welcome sight.
Yeah, we'll see if Wood can move his way up at least a spot or two maybe, but not a lot of time to do it. Got to be frustrating.
Yeah, and it's a pretty good gap. It looks like up to Ellis. And Ellis no slouch at all out there.
No. He's going to have to hope for a mistake out of a couple guys.
Yeah. A lot of 219s out there in front of him. Fisher going through the Shock Sox S-turn right now on the number 47 Husqvarna. And he's got quite a bit of breathing room over Aiden Zing right now, going through that left-hander that cost Fisher the lead earlier, up over the Kawasaki step-up, and looking good right now. Just a quarter of a lap to go here. So race number 11 growing a little long in the shadows here, so we'll be looking for race number 12. Actually, race number 11, Mini Senior Division 2 still yet on the gate. We'll be watching those guys here shortly. Race number 12 in staging. I want to start putting a bug in you guys' ears for Open A Pro Sport. Got a little wiggle room there on time, but the seed has been planted. It's 12:20. We're dropping that gate at 1 o'clock. You got 40 minutes. We'll get you guys up there 15 minutes in advance.
Yeah, 12:45. Open Pro Sport needs to be on the staging area. And here it is, the 47, Heath Fisher. So the checkered flag is out. Heath Fisher on the 47. So Fisher with the win there. Looking at Aiden Zing, Grayson Townsend, Brandon Eade, and Ryder Ellis is the top 5 in that one. Carson Wood able to remount and get himself into 6th, but I'm sure that's not where he wanted to be.
Do apologize for some technical difficulties. Having some mic issues up here.
Every now and then. It's probably not a bad thing for the people out there that we get quiet every now and then.
Graced
like,
by
oh,
the
thank
silence.
God the microphone cut off.
So now this battle's coming down. He's catching Fisher.
See, but here's the thing. Here's what's bad. Okay? That kid goes down and gets hurt. He shouldn't have been running this.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody really needs to tell Brett.
I think somebody did. I think immediately.
Obviously not.
Right. Right. I mean, I think they told him after the fact. He immediately put his hand up to his ear and was listening.
So Heath Fisher is your winner in this one on the 47. We're off the gate with the Mini Senior 1 Division 2. All right. Looks like Darren Pine on the 58 making the move out front early on here. Looks like Cole Bleck with the 95 into 2nd off the start. And Blecker making the pass.
Yeah, no big surprise with Darren Pine Time grabbing the start, leading early, but Blecka, as Don Collins just mentioned, has made the move on Darren Pine Time, and I don't believe that's going to settle well with Darren Pine Time. He's not used to losing here at Freestone, whether it's a division or a moto or an overall. He's just not used to losing.
It's like, what are you doing, man?
Darren Pine Time, a past Bell Golden Helmet Award winner, along with Austin Fortner, Austin Camden, Maverick Gish, Cade Nightingale, Jackson Vick.
A veritable who's who. And it looks like the 22 of Jonathan Getz making the move up into the 3rd spot. So here comes your leader into the Shock Sox S-turn.
I want to see where Wyatt Thurman checks up here, the 247 on the KTM Orange Brigade machine out of Burleson, Texas. He should be somewhere up in the mix.
Looks like Colby Lesser into 4th there on the 11. And a pack of riders coming out of the Shock Sox S-turn, all bunched up there.
Yeah, this is division number 2. And being told Wyatt Thurman may not even be out there. He may have got hurt earlier, and he's one of your usual suspects that should be up front.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
we'll
that is,
see if he comes through here on this opening lap. We have no clue. I did not see him. Luke did not see him. JP, of course, is who knows what JP's doing.
I know it was Wyatt who went down over number 6 over here earlier in the day, and he did go off under his own power. But if you remember, he was holding his left shoulder, I believe. So
he may be out of contention here.
We'll have to see who when they come around. That would be a tough break.
We'll see if Cole Blecka can hold on. He's got Maverick Gish, another Bell Golden Helmet Award winner, the 97, Landon Walters, the 100 out of Lantana, Texas, Dane Pappas, the 35, Drew Marson, Forrest Saganti, the 54.
There you go. There's your leader on the 95.
The 95, then the 58, and the 22 of Jonathan Getz in third, and they have separated from the rest of the field here.
Yeah, not a big surprise to see those three out front battling. Like you said, those are names we call usually as the winner of a race. So it's going to be a pretty stacked field when we get all of the mini senior riders together.
Yeah, we cannot wait for the second moto of this showdown here. They got to be inside the top 16 here. It's Blecka, Pine, Getz, Lesser, Duff. Wyatt Duff in 5th. Pappas, Vincent Way in 7th. Kane Ballasina in 8th. 9th place, Kane Markham. Rounding out your top 10 here on the opening lap was Trayson Payne, the 33 on the Husqvarna Don. So Travis Pine time, not used to getting passed out here at Freestone. And while he is keeping Cole Blecka in check, he also has a very hard-charging Jonathan Getz on his rear fender.
Yeah, you can't sleep on the 22. Getz is a rider who can win. So here we go. Top 3 riders into the Shock Sox S turn.
Blecka and Getz going to the inside of the Shock Sox S turn with Darren Pine going to that outside, wheels on the ground, kind of sweeping. Maybe he knows something the other two do not know.
Well, he's just basically trying to work a line that they're not in. He's trying to stay in his own lane there.
And Darren Pine has closed in now all over. He's closed in on Cole Blecka. As the front runners make their way down to the Suzuki sweeper, Darren Pine is closed in on Blecka.
So working through here with the Mini Senior 1 Division number 2. And right now Cole Blecka trying to get away from Darren Pine and Jonathan Getz. And it looks like Getz trying to work that inside at the bottom of the hill. Got a wheel in on him.
Yeah.
So it looks like we've got a little update here for the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. What is the top prize, Shan? I'm hearing it's something pretty cool.
Well, it's going to be a signed Malcolm Stewart jersey. So not only on top of all the swag that FMF kicks in, we've got a true signed Malcolm Stewart jersey. And here comes Jonathan Getz, Don Collings.
Yeah, he's working on Pine. What a charge that was on the 22.
Was it from Old Town, South Florida?
Not messing around.
Old Town, Florida. Jonathan Getz, the 22, has closed in on Darren Pine. You got about 2.5-second gap between Blecka and Getz. It just does not get any faster than that. Nope. And that really all depends on luck. Who's going to be the luckiest rider? Because they're all equally talented, Don.
Yep, it's going to come down to line choice, period. Whoever can make the least amount of mistakes for the next couple laps.
Here is the rundown just outside of your top 5. Vincent Way in 6th, Ballasina 7th, Pappas in 8th, 9th place is Payne. Landon Walters rounds out your top 10. It's Kane Markham in 11th, Luca Modica in 12th, Maverick Gish in 13th, Tristan Pruitt 14th, Cooper Bergeron in 15th, and Marcus Trujillo out of West Texas. They're inside the bubble in 16th position.
Just holding on by his fingernails because Zagante is less than a second behind him.
Yep, Zagante going to put pressure all over Trujillo. And while we're talking about this is for that 16th and 17th place position for the transfer to the second moto without having to go to a consolation race.
Yeah, unfortunately, 17th place is no place because you got to go to the LCQ. And watching the riders make their way up and over into that big Loop 270. There's the 95 of Blecka out front.
And just outside of Loop 270 is the Bud Moore throttle section. We're going to just call it the Bud Moore throttle. Bud Moore throttle section before they get to Team Cramp Corner.
You always need more throttle.
Exactly. We hope Bud Moore and I stayed up till about 2:45 the other morning. We were talking about coaching techniques, and he was proud. He was happy to be here. His house got destroyed in a tornado, and he came out here to work and make some money. And he said, Shan, I've got a section I kind of added in. Is there a way we can come up with a nickname? And I said, yeah, we'll get our best man on the job, which is JP. And JP hasn't come up with anything, so now it's just the Bud Moore throttle section.
Look at this. Darren Pine on the inside trying to make the pass. He pulled right alongside in the 12-pack. Here he comes.
Don Collings, I'm telling you, Darren Pine does not lose at Freestone very often. And for him to get passed immediately by Cole Blecka had to light the fuse.
It's one of those things where it just puts a little bit of a stone under your shoe. All right, looking for him out of the twist and shout section next.
Jonathan gets back there in third going, what do I have to do here to get around these two guys? But as I mentioned, Don, you're talking about 2:16.9 lap time for Darren Pine, the fastest lap. The rest are at 2:17.5. So you're talking about 0.3 of a second difference here, literally. And this can come down to just luck. Who has the best luck?
And let's not forget, Shane, that the 250C riders were doing a 2:20 lap time. These guys on the mini seniors are doing 2:17, 2:16.
Yeah, all three of these guys are championship contenders at any AMA major event, including Freestone, including Loretta's, including the Minios in Florida, including Mammoth Mountain.
Yeah, these guys are going to be goers no matter where you put them on the track. And it looks like Blecka able to open it up a little bit there, so he had a good couple sections there by the Dunlop drop. He'll have a little bit more of a gap going down the hill.
They're going to launch off the number 8 ski jump and head down into what we famously call the Loop 270, the lower valley, the Valley of Love, and the Suzuki Sweeper before they head over to the more throttle section of the track just before Team Cramp Corner.
It seems like Cole Blecka is a little bit better on the right side of the track, and Darren Pine seems to catch him when they go down to the lower section because they come through this 12-pack, and it always seems like Pine is a little closer coming out of that section, but then Blecka will open it back up again. So we'll see.
That's the basic fundamentals of Don. Sometimes riders have a favorite section or favorite portion or part of the track, and they shine a little more.
See that? Here we go. He's going to come alongside again. He's really got a great line into that 12-pack. Can he get out of the turn quicker?
And side by side, Don Collings,
again.
Darren Pine. They are side by side, Don Collings, Darren Pine, like you said, the left side of the track, which is the east side of the track. Darren Pine time shines a little more. And now Blecka will start to separate a little bit. Now they get on the west side of the track.
Yeah. So battle's coming up into that Dunlop freeway. And it is Darren Pine taking the lead, and Jonathan Getz is going to capitalize, make the move to second. So just like that, Cole Blecka goes from first to third.
I told you, Darren Pine does not lose at Freestone, Don.
He's inside his helmet screaming, hey, man,
It's
what do you
Pine
think you're
time.
doing? What do you think you're doing?
That's right. It is Pine time. And, of course, his brother Travis Pine, are we on or are we off? We check sound.
It's on.
Of course, his brother Travis Pine, no stranger to speed as well. So
I think you actually did call him Travis Pine a couple of times out there. So
probably
it's just like
did.
his mom. You start out the oldest kids. Travis, Darren, oh, dang it.
Yeah, which one are you?
I'm one of 6, so took my mom. She was tired by the time she got to my name.
Where do you fit in the 1 of 6 range?
Well, chronologically or in terms of rating, because I'm, of course, number 1.
Sure, yes.
I'm the youngest boy, so I know I could do no wrong. I'm number 5 out of 6.
You're almost the baby. Almost. The baby.
Yep. By the time they got to me, my parents were just tired of doing anything. It was like, all right,
had you and
look,
said,
stole a car, I don't care. Go, just do what you're doing.
She had you, and that was enough. One more, and that's it. Done. Don's too much to handle.
Actually, I like to think that they were so happy with me, they wanted to try for another one of me, but unfortunately, there's only one.
There's only one Don Collings. Darren Pine time, Don, into the legendary VMAC Texas 12-pack, into the FMF switchback.
Yeah, white flag is out now, and that's exactly what you want to see if you are Darren Pine. And again, Jonathan Getz, good charge all the way through, puts himself into second. And all it took was just one little miscue for Blecka to go from first to third, but not a bad spot to be in. He's still got championship hopes.
Getting a great shot here of the 317, Tristan Pruitt launching off the FMF Powerwall into the Texas 12 pack, into the FMF switchback, and up and over the finish line tabletop here. So I'll give you a good aerial view here of Freestone County Raceway, the course layout. Many people have heard of the track for eons, for the better part of 17 years now, but have never raced here. So bringing you some live footage there from the Area 51 Films crew. But it's Darren Pine out front. Great work and ride by Jonathan Getz. He sat back there quietly in third, methodically watched it all unfold, and then made the pass on Blecka.
Yeah, and again, second place in your division race, that's going to give you a decent gate pick. That's going to give you a shot at a championship. So no slouch there on the 22. And I know we've seen Getz win motos and win championships in the past.
And if you look back at the last 7 or 8 years, Jonathan Getz has probably won just as many championships as anybody else.
Yep.
They're going to launch off the Suzuki Sweeper, the number 8 ski jump into the Suzuki Sweeper, and then head over to the Budmore Throttle section of the track. And don't forget, what time does that fishing tournament start?
6 o'clock.
All right, I will be over there for the FMF Malcolm Stewart Big Kahuna Fishing Tournament. Plenty of swag by the fine folks at FMF. We'll see Kyle Dangler over there, and we've got a signed Malcolm Smith jersey for the Malcolm Stewart.
Different Malcolm there.
Malcolm Smith, Malcolm Stewart. Malcolm X.
The Stewart family at home going, what did he say?
That's right. A Malcolm Stewart jersey.
All right, so there's the 58, Darren Pine, on his way out of the switchback. Almost gets taken out. Oh, Getz gets him. Holy cow, Jonathan Getz charged that 12-pack.
What a magnificent pass. Jonathan Getz making a second pass.
Jonathan Getz says nobody beats Darren Pine? I don't think so,
except
buddy.
for me.
Wow.
So Jonathan Getz earning/stilling the second division of this mini senior 1, 12 to 14 age group. Don, what a fantastic ride by Getz. A little fist pump as he crossed the finish line. He's going to have a lot to talk about with
yeah, I have to say, I don't even think Darren Pine knew he was coming. I think that had to be a surprise because when they got together in that little bit of the S-turn there, it looked like Pine kind of went, what?
Yeah, you're really running it on me that hard?
The answer to that is yes. So Jonathan Getz with the win, Darren Pine second, Cole Blecka, Kane Bolasina, and Tristan Pruitt through the top 5.
And Wyatt Duff wasn't about fourth, and it looks like he's going to not be a factor. He's going to lose contention here, so that's going to take Cole Trinkle, who finished 17th, probably up into 16th.
We'll see. Nope. We'll see.
Maverick Gish slides up into your top 10.
So this is a good time to remind folks, if you are in a division race, make sure you check your official posted results at the registration building. Make sure you qualified. If you don't, you have to go to an LCQ. So, again, if you are in any of the division races, the official posted results are on the registration building. What you hear over the microphone is unofficial. We might be wrong. A lot of things can change the results. We might just not know how to read numbers.
And that's an official statement.
Exactly. It's officially unofficial until you see the official.
That's right.
I'm confused now.
No, hey, Don brings up a valid point. Don, you bring up a valid point for all these racers here. Get down to the results board and make sure there are no errors, because what we say most of the time is inaccurate. So Dane Pappas is going to remain there in 16th. Cole Trinkle, Blake Mora, Drew Marson, Cash Bollinger. Don, they are all going to be heading to the consolation race here for the Mini Senior 1, 12 to 14 age group. We're going to move on here to race number 12. Check this out, Don. Stacked class here. 450B, 12 plus limited, Division 1. Carson Manquist, number 999. Ryder Gwynn, the 625. Luke Falser, the 462. We should see him running somewhere near the front or out front. Raymond Vidal, the 414. Liam Olaf, the 132. Just to name a few of these guys here.
Yeah, Lizarrega on the 51 is a winner. We've seen a lot of these guys take wins. So, again, Jeremy Fapani on that number 2 KTM. Tough to beat. Fapani is an absolute rocket on that ride. So, yeah, we're going to have a pretty stacked little division race going off the gate here. And the 450B limited.
Well, we announced some of these riders earlier. Ethan Commodore had a pretty good moto early this morning. We're going to see him back out here, the 68. Michael Hill out of Idaho joins us, the 47. Kyle Looney out of Lakeside, California, aboard a Honda, the 43. Jordan Miller running the 41R instead of the 156. So one of our local guys you kind of pick up and go, that doesn't make sense. But
Well, you might have had a really good finish last year in another division or something and decided to bump that number up. I know sometimes they do that.
Talking about Jordan Miller, see his sponsors listed. Andrew Pierce Motocross. Remember Andrew Pierce, J.P. Parsons, a Loretta Lynn champion and a fast Team Green, Kawasaki Team Green standout here that retired, I guess, about 7 or 8 years ago and has been training kids. So it's kind of cool, Don. You know, as we announce these 450B riders, you look over the sponsors and you see guys that you were announcing up on the East Coast 10, 12 years ago. They're motocross coaches now.
Yep. Oh, absolutely they are. And a little water going down on the track here. Take a moment to just send a shout-out to the folks from Dunlop. Speaking of Loretta Lynn's, in addition to dominating pro motocross and supercross, Dunlop riders last year at Loretta Lynn's took 34 out of 36 titles. That gives Dunlop a win record at Loretta's that nobody's going to touch. For the past 8 years, Dunlop riders have won 307 out of 327 possible championships. That's a 94% win rate there, folks. So
pretty incredible.
They're winning every 2 titles every 2 years in a row. So right here, head down to the MX Tire and Dunlop rig right behind the start gate. Go see Rob Fox, Jeff Cernick down there. They've got all kinds of stuff for the tire selection. They've got all kinds of answers for you, too. If you're not sure what tire I should be using, and they've said this to us many times, they don't care what you have on the bike. If you have questions, go talk to them. Tire pressure, a big thing. Tread pattern, a big thing. So go talk to the boys over there at Dunlop. And I know as the week goes on, they're going to be making some pretty sweet deals on tires, too. So if you want to take home some new rubber, that's the place to go and get it because you're never going to get a better deal. And, again, big thanks to Dunlop. I know they've always been a part of this event. I'm sure they're a part of all the Freestone events. So big thanks to Dunlop here.
Yeah, the last thing they want to do is haul a bunch of tires back up north to MX Tires.
Empty that trailer out, baby.
Hey, I'm guilty. I go and buy 7, 8 sets of tires for a discounted rate. And getting a look here at the screen, the 51, Bryce Lizarraga, Kevin Lizarraga, his uncle standing behind him, one of our track staff workers out here.
I was actually going to go over and buy like 5 tires and just wear them around my body. When I get back on the plane, I just won't be able to sit back. I'll just have tires wrapped around me.
Don, the Dunlop man.
That's it.
You got the Michelin man. You got Don, the Dunlop man.
I already kind of look like that with this lovely physique I've got going on here.
You already have a spare tire out now,
There
Don.
you go. I'm going for 2. So
you're gonna have a spare tire.
There you
Don.
go. Well, you never know when you're going to get a blowout, Shand. You always want to have extra.
So we're taking a little. Go ahead, Don. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing. Taking a little break here to put a little water on the track. See that? Great minds think alike, Shand.
Yep.
Between the two of us, we've got one great mind.
One great mind. Yeah, I like to say we're taking a little pause for the cause. A little water break, H2O action. Putting a little water out on the track with our water truck down there in the Suzuki Sweeper. Check out Kevin Kelly. He's got new dance moves. That's a little bit different break dance move than it was 3 hours ago.
And you know how I know that looks like him? Because there's no hair on the very top of it there.
He's red. He's always
no hair on the
smiling.
top.
He's half bent. He's half bent over.
Just waving away.
Have you texted Kevin Kelly yet today or
I have
yesterday?
not. I know he's busy doing another event right now, so I'm going to stay off of giving him a hard time until I can get him alone there.
That's the funnest time to text Kevin when he's busy doing events. You start blowing up his phone.
Bam.
He's looking at it going, man, leave me alone. I'm busy. Hey, don't forget, we've got a 1 o'clock. Yeah, exactly, JP. We got a 1 o'clock start time here for the first moto, the Open A Pro Sport class. And Don, we've got them fired up. 450B, 12 plus limited. Jeremy Fapani, Drayton Smith, Logan Edwards, Micah Grubbs, Jordan Miller, Kyle Looney, Michael Hill, Bryce Lizarraga, Trevor Bernard, Jack Jameson, Ethan Commodore.
Yeah, you got Colin Burns, Taylor McKenzie, Noah Stevens, Isaac Paulson, Cameron Ford, Liam Olaf, who had some great runs earlier, William Jordan, Preston White. You got James Grace, Ramon Vidal, Luke Fauser, and it looks like Ryder Gwynn and Carson Menquist, the final 2 riders lined up on the gate here as we're waiting for the revs to come up.
We are going to only take 16 to the second moto, so 8 riders will electively have to go to the consolation race. We got Luke Navarre with his eyeballs on. What a clean start.
Yeah, Liam Olaf on the 132 Yamaha going to grab the whole shot there. So the blue crew out front looks like the 51 going to move to second. That's going to be Bryce Lizarraga. Oh, and down goes your leader.
So
Lizarraga is going to be out front now. Fapani looks like he's going to move up into the mix.
With Fauser in third.
All right, here we go. Coming into that twist and shout section, we're going to watch him head towards the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn.
So is that still Lizarraga out front, 51?
So Fapani taking the lead on the number 2 KTM. And Luke Fauser into the second spot. So there you go.
Okay. So a little shake-up there early on with a couple of front runners going down, effectively handing over the lead to Fauser and Fapani.
And Jeremy Fapani looking to make the most out of that. And it looks like it's going to be the rider on the 625, Gwynn up into third. And it looks like that's the 97, Noah Stevens, and 12 of Logan Edwards, 4th and 5th. Fapani trying to get away at the front of the pack. So leaders working through that big sweeper. There's Fapani going to come back to the top of the hill, heading to the Bud Moore throttle section there.
He's going to like that, Don. Bud Moore's going to be excited. He's going to like that. Bud Moore throttle.
All right, here we go. Working through that section. We're looking for Fapani over the top of Cemetery Hill. Oh, here we go. Fauser going to pull alongside.
Oh, I can see that. Fauser and Fapani putting a blistering pace here. .49 separates Fauser from Fapani. Ryder Gwynn, the 625 on the Yamaha.
Yeah, he's
about
5 seconds back.
Yeah, 5 seconds back, Don. That tells you right there that Fauser and Fapani are the top dogs in this division, and they're going to bring the heat nonstop. Edwards, Stevens, James Grace, Colin Burns, Preston White in 8th. Micah Grubbs comes across in 9th position. And on the opening lap, it's Kyle Looney on the Honda, bike number 43. They're in 10th position.
All right, here's the battle for the lead to the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. Fauser goes outside. Fapani protecting the inside. Fauser with a nice sweep around the outside. He's going to try to get inside here. And he's going to get it. So Fauser makes the pass. Fapani going to try to work back around. See if he switches up. Looks like Fauster's going to have the outside in the Shock Sox S-turn. No, he goes back inside. Fapani goes outside.
Little roll reversal there.
Wow. So they are just switching up lines all over the place.
They are going so fast, Don, that it kind of almost takes away from the brilliant speed that Gwynn, Edwards, Stevens, and Grace has. Those guys are obviously extremely fast, but they're getting left in the dust here between Fauser and Fapani.
Well, the one truism of racing, Shan, that I've learned is that if you think you're fast, there's always somebody who might be a little bit faster.
Sure, absolutely.
And right now, Luke Fauser looking to show Jeremy Fapani that, hey, it's me. I'm the guy who's faster. So here they come, getting ready to head over the top of Cemetery Hill. Yeah, Fauster's got a nice launch into that section there, Shand.
Don, they are just now they're 6.5, 7 seconds ahead of Ryder Gwynn. And Ryder Gwynn riding a flawless moto here, but a distant third, 11 seconds. Wow.
Well, there you go. A 2:08 for Fauser.
It goes back to what I said. You almost feel bad for the rest of the pack here. They're just not on the pace here in this Heat 1. We've got Division 2 with Jadon Cooper and a whole nother slew of riders.
A whole nother crew. But yeah, 2:08 and 2:10 between Fauser and Fapani. Everyone else 2:15 and above.
That Division 2 coming up, we're going to talk about real quick. Diesel Thomas, okay, Everett Clark, Jadon Cooper, Wyatt Creighton, Gavin Polaire, Nate Freehill, Hayes Edwards, Jaden Searles. Just unbelievable what's going to happen when we get to that second moto.
All right, battle for the lead out of the Shock Sox S-turn. Yeah, Fauser maintaining the gap right now. Like I say, about a second, maybe a half a second. Kind of accordions in and out here and there.
And watch Fapani when he comes after the team cramp corner. There's a roller section. Watch him kind of wheel tap through. He kind of manuals through. You're bragging about Foster getting a good jump into the FMF Powerwall. After the FMF Powerwall, into the whoops. They both kind of have a couple of unique different situations they're handling certain areas of the track. And one thing I noticed about Fapani is he wheel taps out of that team cramp corner just before Cemetery Hill. We'll see if we possibly can catch it here on the screen.
Well, they're going to come over the FMF Powerwall here in just a moment into the 12-pack. So there's Luke Fauser. Yeah, he's starting to edge away a little bit from Fapani.
Well, the old saying, give him an inch, he'll take a mile. You don't want to give a guy like that any bit of reason to separate, any bit of confidence.
Worst thing you can do is let somebody get a little bit of confidence going.
That's why we keep J.P. Parsons over in the corner, you know.
Don't want to get him too confident.
Like a sheltered dog. Our boy J.P. Parsons. So Micah Grubbs in 10th, Drayton Smith in 11th, William Johnson in 12th position, Taylor McKenzie 13th, Kyle Looney in 14th, Bryce Lizarraga back there in 15th after a great start, Michael Hill in 16th, and just outside of the bubble here for the transfer spot to the second moto, Ramon Vidal in 17th, Trevor Bernard in 18th, Isaac Polson in 19th. So a lot of these riders are going to have to go back, set the table here for the consolation race.
Yeah, and they are not going to be happy about that, I am sure. And it looks like Fauser just slowly kind of just creeping away from Jeremy Fapani.
Yeah, and you know what? I bet Fapani's okay with that. I mean, he wants to win, but he knows he's got a 20-second lead over the second-place rider, and he knows this is just qualifying to get to the second moto. So,
yep, looking at the big picture. Not going to put yourself on the ground trying to beat your teammate here in the division race.
No, absolutely not. Team orders are one of you win. First and second, team orders. Straight from the top. Okay, so Luke Fauser's birthday, Maverick Gish's birthday. These guys are all getting old, man. Nick Romano's birthday. How is Nick Romano doing?
Nick's been doing good. I think he's coming back from injury right now, so going to be a little bit of a road to get back to where he was, but, you know, he's got a good system behind him.
Cool.
Well, that'd be a nice birthday present for Luke Fauser. Grab himself a win there.
16 years old for Luke Fauser. Maverick Gish, I'm not sure how old Maverick Gish is. He's probably going to be 13 or 14 now. 13.
If you're wondering about any birthdays of any motocross rider, we got Dan Blair up here to give us the complete rundown on the calendar.
What that tells me is 9 months ago, many years ago, a lot of things were happening.
Well, you know, they're all thinking we need another year of eligibility for Loretta's, so got to have a early March birthday. So there is Fauser out of the Leonard Skinner Oak Tree turn. He's just going to stretch out the lead a little bit. Fapani looks like he is going to settle into that second spot. Take an opportunity if it presents itself, but not going to be too crazy.
No, you're right. A second right now is just as good as a win come the second moto. We all know that. That's kind of a broken record to say, but we all know that. And so Fapani definitely knows that. And look at the gap, Don, to third, back to third.
Just huge.
Take nothing away from Ryder Gwynn and Noah Stevens and Logan Edwards, but they are just going to be outmatched in the second moto when you throw the likes of Jadon Cooper and the rest of the mix in division number 2.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a stacked second half of racing in this class. So there's Fauser. Head to that Budmore throttle section. More throttle.
More throttle just before the Team Cramp corner. Legendary stories happened at the Team Cramp corner during the Outdoor Nationals.
But unfortunately, nobody can remember them.
Exactly. They were laid out bodies.
So here you go. Here is your leader coming into the switchback.
We've got race number 13. Race number 13 should be down in pre-staging, and we should be loading the pros here. Yeah, we got about 7 minutes before the gate drop for the first Open A Pro Sport Moto. So pros should be probably down in the gate, and race 13 should be down in staging. Race number 13 should report down to staging. There is our fourth-place rider, Ryder Gwynn, on that white Yamaha, the 625. Solid fourth-place ride for Ryder Gwynn.
And there's Logan Edwards, the number 12 Yamaha, continuing a solid fifth. DC3 suspension ride of James Grace, going to hang on to sixth. Grace, another New England rider I see quite a bit up there in New Hampshire.
Little shout out also to our friend Jamie Guida with Vital MX. He is here on location, kind of hanging out, probably down bothering somebody in some corner somewhere.
Lost the ponytail.
Yeah, he got it. Well, he cut it off. They made a deal with him. We cut your hair, and you get a free YZ, a free motorcycle out of the deal. So big shout out to Guida. I've known him for a long time.
Free motorcycle? I cut mine off and donated it, and I didn't get anything.
That's right. Well,
just the satisfaction of helping. That's all.
Jamie Guida used to come out here to the Outdoor Nationals, and him and Michael Gage had this company called Does Moto, and they would donate some money to the first place privateer rider, so to speak. And he used to tell me, "Shan, man, I look up to you. What can I do to get in the media side of things?" And you know, and so he worked for the city of White Oak, just as in the water utilities, and started a podcast, a Moto X podcast, about 5 or 6 years ago, and just slowly, methodically grew that. And next thing you know, 5, 6 years later, Vital MX hires him. So he's kind of served in the trenches. Cool to see Jamie Guida
there you go.
Move up along the national media ranks.
White flag is out here, so one more time around for Luke Fauser. Fapani continues in second. There is your third-place rider, Noah Stevens.
Van Martin with Texas Tornado MX has joined us up here in the tower, and a long-time racer here in Texas, and Supercrosses, Outdoor Nationals, the entire amateur scene. Of course, his dad, Sean Martin, and Dave Martin, running the Honda Houston effort way back in the day. You remember that? So,
I
Van,
certainly
welcome
do.
to the tower, Van Martin, up here in the tower.
So Fauser out of the Dunlop drop in just a minute as he continues his final lap around here.
Not enough can be said about Luke Fauser right now. He is separated from Papani and the rest of the field. He's got about a 7-second gap. The 462 on the KTM.
And, he's one of those riders who's just been building year after year. Never, crazy flashy, never somebody who's, you're like, oh, my gosh, why is this guy here? But just slowly, year after year, has built it up and built it up. And now, here he is, like I say, gap in the field along with Jeremy Fapani by 20 seconds.
Yeah, unreal. Great ride here by Fauser. And this is a little preview, Don, to what we're going to see in a couple of days here for the second moto of this 450B 12-plus limited class.
Yeah, cannot wait.
So we should be set here in a couple of moments for this.
There's Fauser into the 12-pack.
Open A Pro Sport. First moto, we're going to let J.P. Parsons and Luke Navarre call the action for that Open A Pro Sport moto.
And there it is, checkered flag, the race win for the 462 KTM Orange Brigade TLD 100% ride. That is the Alpine Stars Dunlop Cernix ride of Luke Fauser with the win. Jeremy Fapani, Orange Brigade rider, going to hang on to that second spot on the number 2. And we'll be looking for Noah Stevens, Ryder Gwynn, and Logan Edwards to round out the top 5. Last time around, Isaac Paulson, the 118, had the final transfer. We'll see if he can hang on to it. Hey, folks, attention out there in the pits. If you are expecting a FedEx or a delivery from UPS, they have delivered out at the front gatehouse. So head out to the front gatehouse if you're expecting a FedEx or UPS delivery. And we're going to get ready. It looks like they'll send Open A out for a sight lap here, and then we'll be into racing with the Open A Pro Sport.
All right, fortunate I get to jump in here with Mr. Don Collings and call this Open A Pro Sport. They are out there getting a sight lap right now and excited to see the likes of some of these guys out here. 41 entries, Don Collings. That's bumping a full gate, huh?
Oh, yeah, and in the Open Pro Sport, that's a good sign.
Yes, sir.
You load up a gate full of pro riders, man, you are doing something right. So Open A Pro Sport, looks like this one is going to be these are the riders coming out to do battle.
I've got
out
the
of
rider to
Modesto,
fill
California.
the gate. I've got the rider to fill the gate, Don Collings. We got Van Martin standing
Yeah,
right
there you
here.
go. Why don't you get down there, man? Quit messing around. But again, here coming out to do battle here out of Modesto, California, the number 5 KTM is Miles Cooper.
Parker Ross on the number 12 machine out of Harold, California.
On the 21R, the Yamaha from Key Largo, Florida, is Shane Hamilton.
On a KTM on the 21 out of Gardenville, Nevada, Lux Turner.
Coming to us out of Stokesdale, North Carolina, the 25 Yamaha, Trevin Nelson.
On the 26 out of Twin Falls, Idaho, on the gas, Casey Clinton.
And out of Winchester, California, the 28 KTM is Preston Baysflug.
On the Honda out of Vancouver, Washington, the number 34 of Kyle Epperson.
34R Yamaha out of Telford, Pennsylvania is Bryce Shelley.
On the Yamaha out of Lake Country, British Columbia, the number 44 of Zach Yumsvith.
On the 41 from Morganton, North Carolina, the Yamaha Daxton Bennick.
Out of East Dubuque, Illinois.
The 45 Slade Barola comes out of Simi Valley, California on a Kawasaki. On the 054, Ben Blakely out of Coeur d'Alene, Idaho on a Honda.
All right, on the double nickel, Dylan Kahuna. Let's see here. Kahuna on the out of Modesto, California on the Yamaha.
From Rapid City, South Dakota, the KTM number 60 is Blake Broderick.
Out of Mendoza, MB on a KTM. Got the 64, Ryder McNabb.
Yes, and on the 74 Honda from Hudson, Colorado is Jackson Pascal.
On the Yamaha to Danville, VA, the 88 of Hamden Hudson.
And it looks like on the 105 Gas coming to us from Westfield, Indiana is Mark Finnis.
And Charlie N.A. and a Gas. And the 110 machine of Matias Pavaz.
On the 124, the Kawasaki out of Bakersfield, California, Jet Reynolds.
Out of Modesto, California on the Kawasaki, the 131 of Kyle Wise.
Out of Avon, Ohio, the 183 Yamaha is Mitchell Zaremba.
Out of Antioch, California on the Husqvarna, the 220 of Jarrett Finch.
And the 263 New London, Minnesota rider Yamaha of Avery Long.
Out of Castle Rock, Colorado on the 270, Kyle DeRoche.
Coming to us from Navasota, Texas on a 411 Yamaha is Crockett Myers.
On the Kawasaki out of Cherry Valley, Illinois, you got the 424 of Nolan Dixon.
Coming to us on the 458 KTM from Peter Martzburg, that is Cameron Dureau.
Out of Citrus Heights, California on the KTM, the 509 of Adam Miller.
The 511 from Hollister, California, the Kawasaki of Mikey Durden.
Out of Rescue, California on the Yamaha, the 517 of Ty Freehill.
Coming to us from Craig, Colorado, it's the 521 Yamaha Logan Montgomery.
On the 580 out of Okeechobee, Florida on the KTM, we got Dustin Jensen.
Riding the 613 Kawasaki from Louisville, Texas, Zach Conover.
Canyon Country, California on the Kawasaki, the 712 of Blake Gardner.
On the 734 Yamaha out of Riverside, California, it's Dayton Briggs.
On the Suzuki, on the 768 out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, we got Cole Shondek.
And the 943 ride, the Yamaha from Lago Vista, Texas, is Brandon Mason.
And around in the field, Don Collings, we got the 988 out of Delaware, Ohio. On the Husqvarna, we've got Gavin Mays. So 41 entries out there. Don Collings got them stacked in like stovewood on this start gate here for Open A Pro Sport. This ought to be an absolute barn burner.
Yeah, I am going to say we're going to see some great competition in this one. Tough to pick a favorite here, but I got to say, keep your eyes on the 105. I got a good feeling about that.
Yeah, Mark Phineas been looking really solid out there. Of course, the rider out of Canada, he's been turning some heads here this weekend.
Yeah, there's definitely no one slow in this class. You don't get out on the gate in this one unless you can really get it done.
Daxton, Bennick, Bays, Flug. Yeah, there's some solid riders out there. You got to wonder if, if Bennick and some of those guys maybe been hitting so much Supercross time that it might be costing. But Ryder McNabb really turned my head earlier in that last moto.
Yeah, that was an impressive run. All right, here we go, counting them down the line. Getting ready for that 2 card to go up.
Open A Pro Sport, breathing fire down here on the starting line. We're ready to.
Here we go, 2 cards up.
Edge of my seat, Don Collings. This is exciting stuff.
Here
41
we go.
entries.
Turning it around to 1. Luke, who is going to come out of that first turn with the advantage.
Well, we got Shan Garcia with the glass in hand. He's going to let us know.
Looks
Daxton
like
Bennick.
Yeah, the 241. So Bennick starting it out right now. He got a great start last time. Ended up going down early. So
yeah, looks like a Yamaha battle out front early here too. Two
keep
Yamahas
himself
in the lead.
out there. Avery Long into second. And Shondek, it looks like, in third.
30 years old out there, Don Collings.
Messing
I don't know
around
what
with
to
them
think
young
about that.
kids.
Kind of seeing more and more of that in the sport nowadays. The old guys are having the longevity.
Well, the bikes are making things a little bit easier on those old bodies. So
it gives me hope. We should go buy some dirt bikes, Doug, and make some money racing them.
No, definitely not. All right, looks like the 52 ride making the move to third. Yeah, we'll have to take a look and see. That might be Cunha. But again, working their way out of the Dunlop drop. We'll get a look at the numbers as they come back towards us. No question about who's out front.
I don't think we have one.
So Bennick out in front. Solid run early on. It's like Long hanging on to that second spot on the 263.
So Bennick got almost a 2-second margin out front right now. It's, he's putting that Yamaha power down here early on and see if he's been able to go back to the pits and sort some things out after that last moto.
There you go. And looking at this overhead shot here.
Super
Watching
cool.
him through that section there, heading down the ski jump.
Piping the drone footage in here to us so we can watch it right here in the scoring tower. That's some pretty sick footage, watching him go through the Loop 270 rut fest out there. Ooh,
One rider down.
Nice little evasive maneuver to keep him going down in there.
So the riders going to make their way down the hill once again. We'll watch for your leader to pop over the top of Cemetery Hill. Looking for the 241 of Dax Bennick.
Driving through the Bud Moore Power.
Plenty of racing left to go here, Luke.
Well, between Daxton Bennett, Long, there's a little bit, then back to Tuck Turner, there's a little bit of a gap. But then when you start getting back into that, they're just congested. Oh, wow, McNabb and Reynolds looks like they must have went down. They're running back there in 38th and 39th. So some of our contenders kind of out of commission early. We'll see how they do slicing and dicing their way through the field here. But early on, man, sad news for Reynolds and McNabb.
Well, it's a 20-minute plus one. They've got a lot of time here. There's going to be able to get their way through some of these riders. I'm going to go ahead and say once they get to like top 20, that's where it's going to start to get a little more difficult. But I'm confident that McNabb and Reynolds have the speed to work through some of the folks there a little bit farther down in the race order.
Absolutely, and I could see these guys making a bid for top 15, even maybe top 10 with this long of a moto.
Yeah, at this time, this is where you just keep your head on your shoulders, don't panic, and go to work.
Yeah. Well, Daxton Bennett doing just that right now early on. Still holding on to that number one spot. Last time through had a 2.117 margin. And it looks like he's headed up over Cemetery Hill, slamming that Yamaha into the FMF power wall.
Yeah, nice run through that section.
Really clean through the 12-pack. How pretty was that, Don?
Yeah, this one, he really looks very comfortable in this moto. Looked a little uncomfortable earlier. So he's got the lead well in hand. All right, what are you doing out here?
Think it through, Foo. Think it through. He's having a blast out there, I can guarantee you. In that early on, being able to battle up there in that top 3 or 4. A lot of fun. Got the mechanics area out there. These guys getting a glance at the lap board as they come through, and that's a fast section to be able to look over and try to glean anything off that lap board. It's got to be tough.
You better be able to speed read going through there.
Yeah.